and through startups, but as a part of the Accelerate module, the conversation that you'll see will circle around what do we do? How does the ecosystem come together to enable, support, and catapult some of these most impactful innovations and startups on their growth journey, not just in India or in one country, in the UK or in Europe, but globally. And some of those, international scale-up is one of the biggest challenges startup face. While climate is a shared global problem, how do we make solutions shared globally as well? So that's going to be the centerpiece of the conversation today. Let me just start by some very quick remarks, and then I'll get some of our speakers started. And this is only to frame the conversation for today. We all understand that an effective response to climate change requires supporting innovations, but supporting innovations that are game-changing, innovations that bring about a paradigm shift now on a global scale like we discussed. But what does that mean? That means deployment and diffusion, and not just innovations in the labs or in certain pilots, which is where a lot of these stories pause and stop. How is it that some of us stakeholders, with whatever hats we wear, public sector, private sector, funders, NGOs, deployment agencies, different kinds of capital, equity, grant, debt, how could we come together to make sure that happens? Because let's understand that while innovation is necessary, it's not sufficient for any impact to be created. We need vehicles that will ensure that those innovations are on the ground. And we think entrepreneurs are the biggest vehicle for doing that. Because what they put in this entire process is skin in the game, their own time more than anything else. And therefore, with that belief, this entire conversation is going to focus around enabling entrepreneurs. What do entrepreneurs need at this moment? While there are parts of the puzzle that we're all working on, do we have an integrated system for curation of the right innovation, starting from there, curation of the right problems that need solving for, not just because we need to address climate change. Climate change is, by the way, a problem, right, which we have all created. But solutions for other problems around food, around poverty, around education, and you'll hear from our speakers about it, around healthcare, around basic human needs, which need to be met, but in a cleaner, sustainable, and more aligned to our planetary boundaries. And therefore, what we need is an integrated innovation curation, identification of the right problems, right innovation, de-risking model, an entire venture development platform, where all of us physically and with our resources need to come together to make sure an entrepreneur is unburdened as far as possible in making sure things happen faster and at a global scale. At this point in time, some of the major challenges, and this comes from our experience of having worked with a lot of startups, struggle with, are that historically the sectors we spoke about, let's start with clean energy, for example, and especially the deep tech, high-risk areas of clean energy, whether we talk about biofuels, whether we talk about battery tech solutions, whether we talk about not just the platforms in clean energy, which are playing their role, but are not going to the level of disruption that deep tech solutions, renewable technologies can get to. What exactly are they struggling with? They're struggling with being underfunded. They're struggling with having to convince a large segment of stakeholders in terms of their impact, their relevance, their innovative business models. So in a way, while looking for innovation, we are punishing innovators for being unique, because we are trying to look for benchmarks of something similar. Isn't that where the problem is? And how do we unpack that and change our own mindsets and look at the way, look at innovations the way we need to? Therefore, having an appetite for higher risk, higher patient capital, high product development risk, iterations, high appetite for failure, longer gestation periods for solutions, also being okay with inability to seeing an exit if you're an investor in the next 5-7 years for a lot of deep tech capital. Being okay with newer innovative business models that you're not sure will give you the right returns on the risk that you're taking. Are we ready for some of that? Helping in articulating the right impact with the right matrices, where we don't just talk about one indicator. We often do that when it comes to climate. We solve for one problem and forget the other. How do we make integrated frameworks and common frameworks where you are not judging an innovation on a totally different framework than what I am doing. Because they cannot be speaking to different stakeholders and sort of solving for different expectations that we have from them. So aligning our expectations around impact measurement and communication and articulation. And then finally, as consumers, as a part of the larger systems, just getting rid of our resistance to move away from business as usual. So some of these basic things where we are all a part of the problem and therefore we need to be a part of the solution is where we'll need to touch upon and talk about. Like I said, as stakeholders and as people of this planet, it's our duty to come together and work towards accelerating innovations in our respective regions and countries, but also globally. So with that, I think I'll get started with the conversation. Let me first invite the first speaker of the day, Dr. Sangeeta Kasture, who's the head of Energy Environment Division Unit, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. She's been with Dr. Renu Swaroop starting this, and Dr. Kasture has been one of the people at the forefront since the beginning of mission innovation work in India. And it is only right that she sets the right context with respect to what is India doing and what are some of the initiatives that India has taken in this regard. Dr. Kasture, please.
Thank you, Smita, and very good morning to all. As she rightly mentioned that India is leading the startup and innovation ecosystem. I am representing Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. India has been pushing the green path. It is pursuing green path for the climate change. And India is being the active and founding member of Mission Innovation. So it was launched during November 2015 during the Paris Agreement, and since then, and in fact, the Mission Innovation, that name was also coined by our Prime Minister, Honorable Modi ji. And India is actively engaged in various innovation challenges. When it started with innovation challenges 7, 8, so it was India participated in all active innovation challenges and was leading 3 innovation challenges. That is smart grid, the smart off-grid access to electricity, and sustainable biofuels, which was from DBT and DST. Both the departments were leading. Besides that, carbon capture, hydrogen, and all those clean energy innovations are very important. And India has actively engaged, and almost more than 172 R&D projects were conceptualized and also demonstrated, and we have got good solutions coming out of that. And the clean energy incubator part, which is now we are talking about, which is the joint initiative of Government of India, the Department of Biotechnology and BIRAC, which is the arm which is facilitating the innovations to industries and startups. We have Manish here who will be talking about the BIRAC. So this is the first of kind, the international incubator which was set up by Government of India under the umbrella of Mission Innovation. This is because there are many investors, but to support the innovations at the early stage, this is the only incubator which is supporting, and we have lot of such experience in healthcare, in biotech sector, but this was the unique incubator in clean energy sector. And now moving towards the MI-2, that is 2.0, we are also trying to scale up this innovation, startup innovation, by connecting to various incubator. And during MI-6, that is Mission Innovation 6 Ministerial, this incubator, again, Clean Tech Exchange was launched by our minister, where the objective is that wherever across the globe incubations are there, we can connect them so that the incubation system at startup can be scaled up, all innovation can be scaled up. And again, we are saying that, again, energy solutions are not across, but we also are asking that if those innovations can be focused and solution can be focused India-centric problems, so that there are a lot of opportunities in India in clean energy sector. And I'm very happy to say that the incubator has performed extremely well, and there is a good recognition got across the global community, the innovation MI members as well as the clean energy ministerial space. So all these members are well recognized, and we look forward to have great, and I appreciate the partnership with Sweden. under the avoidable emission framework. That was a good. So many startups have been trained for how to, there is a lot of potential, but how to calculate what are the opportunities. So nobody more than Dennis can explain about these things. So I'm thankful for this partnership, and also the support from Denmark and other countries we are getting from UK Catapult. We look forward to connect with other countries, and with this I would stop here, but look forward to interaction and coming for the, I also would like to thank on behalf of DBT to all the panelists, and also Dr. Gupta would be joining soon as a moderator. So look forward to our interactions and conversations. Thank you so much, all of you. So thanks Eleanor for MI Secretary for pushing for this and encouraging for the Clean Energy Incubator. Thank you once more.
Thank you, Dr. Kasture. Like Dr. Kasture mentioned, you'll hear more about the Clean Energy International Incubation Center, set up by Government of India, Department of Biotechnology in partnership with Tata Trust, Social Alpha, Tata Power. Social Alpha currently runs and manages the incubator, and you'll see a video and hear more about this. I would now like to request Eleanor Webster, the head of Secretariat for Mission Innovation, to come and talk about Accelerate as a key part of the Mission Innovation agenda. It's again, extremely important to, we talk about the speed of execution and speed of scale up, and why exactly was Accelerate as a module developed, and what's the relevance when we talk about innovation scale up. Thanks, Eleanor, for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak. It's great to see you all. Thank you for joining so early, and it's a real privilege to be speaking at one of the first side events to kick off the MI-CEM meeting this week. Thank you very much to the team for all the work that goes on behind the scenes throughout the year on the Accelerate module. And it's really exciting to actually be here now to discuss with all of our stakeholders what's going on, see some progress, and it's a really great opportunity, and it's just really fantastic to be here. So, in answer to the question, the Accelerate module is a core part of the MI work programme. It was designed to spur business and political leadership, to help scale up and double down on investment activities, and most importantly, enhance the global confidence in clean energy solutions, and to really try to facilitate access to markets for emerging technologies. So Mission Innovation, as you are aware, has many established tracks, but innovation cannot continue on an established track, so we have to circle back around and think, okay, what are we learning, how do we incorporate that learning, and what do we do next? And that's in the name of Mission Innovation, but certainly something that we're always thinking about doing. And the Accelerate module is the key forum in which Mission Innovation does that. So at this point, I wanted to thank India as a leading country in the Accelerate module since its inception in MI 2.0, and also Sweden, for really setting the benchmark for what progress can look like. And we look forward to bringing in as many MI member countries as possible into the MI Accelerate module. I think Manoj from the Secretariat will go into this in a little bit more detail, but just to give you the sense of structure of the MI work programme. So at the start of MI 2.0, 7 missions were born, essentially. But we also have something called the MI platform. And that platform is all about networks, and as I was saying, about spurring political leadership, business confidence in clean energy investment, clean energy innovation investment, I should say. So within that platform, there are 3 ways in which we try and achieve this. One of them is through the Collaborate module, which is all to do with our innovation communities, and there's a heating and cooling event happening 3 rooms down at the moment, which is absolutely fantastic to see the MI work programme come to life. The second part of that is the Insights module, which is all about our think tank, where there's an event tomorrow, but also dashboards and all sorts of great applications of data, which we process in the Secretariat and try and create useful products for the innovation community. And then now we have the Accelerate module, and those 3 things together complete the MI platform picture. And we're making excellent progress. The Accelerate module is still quite young and has huge potential to do even more. I'm really excited to say that the Secretariat has just got a new member of staff to help bolster progress with the Accelerate module, and their focus will be entirely on the Accelerate module to work with the fantastic team here, and really hope that we can show some progress by this time next year about some real tangible things that we've achieved. And that person is Eva Legat, who's at the back. Eva, just give her a wave. So you'll be seeing much more of Eva over the next year as we try to continue to build momentum around the Accelerate module. So really keen to hear what we've all got to say today. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for having this event. It's really fantastic and inspiring, and look forward to catching up with you all at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleanor. Great to hear, because the one thing that we can't afford to do with Accelerate module is not accelerate it. And like Eleanor said, Accelerate is where the real action has to be, and there's no time for us to sort of not get moving on our action. We'll now, unfortunately, our Honorable Minister for Science and Technology could not be here in person, but we have here, a video message from him, which we'll play, and which is a special address for, all of us here. We'll also, he'll talk about, and we've been talking about the International Incubator, which is India's, initiative in mission innovation. We'll also play a little video of the incubator to give you a sense of what we are talking about. Can we have the two videos, please? Thank you.
Namaste. Ladies and gentlemen, the clean Namaste. Ladies and gentlemen, the Clean Energy International Incubation Center, known as CEIIC, is the first of its kind international incubation center jointly established by the Department of Biotechnology, the BIRAC, the Tata Trust and Tata Power in 2018 under the leadership and government of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a part of Mission Innovation multilateral program. This reflects strong public-private partnership commitment from the Modi government for promoting new and affordable solutions for clean energy. The incubator, you would be glad to know, sports a wide spectrum of clean energy innovations focusing aligned with the MI objectives, and the incubator also provides access to advanced labs and equipments, pool of experts and mentors, and live test beds with the opportunity to conduct pilots. It also offers opportunity to network with key ecosystem actors, access seed fund support, and also scale up investments. And therefore, I'm proud to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, that since its inception, the CEIIC has so far incubated as many as 45 startups. And these startups have already filed 35 patents, which means out of 45, 35 patents. And 10 startups have already commercialized their products. And a few of these startups have raised more than rupees 20 crore funds. And of these, I think 20 are now commercially available in the market as well. And therefore, I am happy to inform that CEIIC Incubated Startup TECA Chair was named the GBP 1 million Earthshot Prize winner for its technology innovation. The Clean Energy Incubator has launched 3 tectonic calls for application to identify and create a pipeline of entrepreneurs and startups. It is an evidence of the Government of India's commitment and contribution to work together with the industry and the industrial in the other partners, including the international partners, to encourage innovations in the area of clean energy. I have the confidence to say that this successful PPP model can serve for tackling global challenges in the other fields to create environment-friendly, affordable, scalable solutions for a sustainable future. India, under Prime Minister Modi, is looking forward to connect with other partners for setting up innovations by startups. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and namaste.
Thank you. As you could see, and I know it's difficult to understand from like short clips, but you'd see the range of solutions from anything about rural biomass-based cooking to industrial decarbonization. And I think we need to talk the entire spectrum if we are talking about a just energy transition. So thank you for playing that. I would encourage, so 2 out of the 45 innovators you saw there are here in this room. So I'd encourage you to please find time with Rechargian, Dr. Manjusha Shelke and Dr. Vilas Shelke, and Grassroots Energy, Mateen, to speak about what they're doing, and you'll also hear from them later in the panel. I also want to give a shout out to many of our partners. All of these innovations have been identified through very rigorous search and quests for innovations, some of which are also international partners like Energy Systems Catapult. You'd see 4 out of these innovations that came through a joint challenge we ran with them. With that, I'd like to invite Manoj, the founder of Social Alpha, to talk about what does it need, what are the ingredients of an innovation ecosystem that needs to come together to enable startups from lab to market to deployment at scale globally. Manoj.
Thank you, Smita. Good morning, everyone. Great to see some familiar faces as well. So, excellent. Uh, I'll talk about how do you create the ecosystem right from idea innovation stage in the lab to getting ready to get into the market, then deployment and diffusion at scale. And each element of lab to market to diffusion journey in mainstream developed industrial economy works on its own, and there is no need for ecosystem enablers to do anything. Since industrial revolution, it has been working very fine in every matured industry. But there are areas of market failure like climate change, healthcare, livelihoods, where the enabling ecosystem and the orchestration of various value creating elements are missing. So it's like various pieces of jigsaw puzzle you have to bring together in order to create impact, and incubators, accelerator, investor, deployment architecture, these are all pieces of jigsaw puzzle that need to be brought together. So can I have? So how do you build the full stack architecture? And that's what we have been doing in Social Alpha. And when we wanted to build a clean energy focused incubator, fortunately at that point of time, Mission Innovation happened, and we were in discussion with Government of India, and visionary leadership at that point of time, Dr. Renu Sarup said, why don't we do it together? And this whole thing, bringing public, private, philanthropic partners together, it's an amazing aggregation where you have private sector players like Tata Power, philanthropic institutions like Tata Trust, Government of India, Social Alpha as an ecosystem player, all coming together to build this incubation center. And this is one of its kind of partnership. This also is an evidence that if you do not bring multiple stakeholders together, you cannot orchestrate lab to market journey. It cannot be done by single player, whether it's in private sector or in government. Innovation diffusion, all of you in this room know that it's very difficult. It's not easy because you have R&D in your lab. That's where your ideas start and you work on certain problems. At that point of time, you're not aware of the market potential of your idea or even the translational potential of the idea. On the other hand, the demand side, where the problems exist and the needs exist, whether it's industry or individual consumers, they have no idea what the research ecosystem is doing. So on one hand, you have R&D ecosystem where supply side of the innovation exists. But on the other hand, the demand side is unique in every country. For example, in India, the two very big constituencies of demand side are not ready to recall in the global context because India has 65 million MSMEs and they need energy access, they need efficient technologies for their manufacturing and access to capital. 65 million MSMEs in this country provide employment to 150 million people. Any talk about climate change, green economy, transition will not happen without keeping MSMEs in mind. On the other hand, 85% of our farming community consists of fragmented small and marginal farmers, right? And they need to understand the meaning of energy transition and climate change. So these are unique constituencies. So the solutions that we build must keep in mind where is the demand, where the market creation potential is. And therefore, innovation diffusion in the context of India and in the context of entire global South has to keep in mind the demand side. Any innovation that is happening without considering the demand side will never reach the market and communities. And therefore, innovation diffusion becomes tough. In the developed industries, the R&D of industrial conglomerate will take care of that, but who is the R&D of poor and planet? And these questions are really important. And therefore, what we need to build is an integrated lab to market to community ecosystem, which would definitely then require a full stack architecture where you have incubators working with the R&D ecosystem, building the pipeline of innovations, but also players who are doing the lab to market transition and helping in venture development, testing, piloting, and finding the capital for these startups to get to market. And then you need a deployment architecture because any innovation that is ready to go to market does not necessarily go to market. And therefore, you need a forward integration with the markets and communities to do implementation at scale and create playbooks and then replicate those playbooks. And India today provides that amazing opportunity where we have a large demand side intervention to create playbook for clean energy adoption and transition while solving the issues of clean energy access as well, but also a larger R&D ecosystem. And in between, you need this full stack architecture that orchestrates transition of innovations from lab to market to community, and the process creates new markets and then attracts investors, then attracts corporations, and then you end up creating new market. And this, while at the high level sounds very intuitive, but this is a very macro architecture. When you go into the micro architecture, it has more components. You need to build labs, like we mentioned about Clean Energy International Incubation Center, which is one of the 5 labs we run. You need to build deep tech labs to transition modern technologies which are sector agnostic, like space tech or AI, and also their applications in the context of clean energy adoption. You need to build accelerators to make sure that unique to each and every area, you have an accelerator module and which cannot be replicated across the sub-industry or sub-sector. So it has to be specific to batteries, to renewables, to waste management, to new material discovery. And then you need blended capital. You need grant pools, you need equity pools, you need ability to unlock debt from the financial markets, because each and every startup is very fragile till they can run on their own internal cash accruals. And then you need to generate evidence on the ground through deployment and show it to the policymakers so that the subsidies or other market access mechanism by various state and central government can be directed towards the most impactful innovations. So building this full stack architecture has been Social Alpha's mission right from very early stage innovation curation to deployment at scale. We have built that over the last 7 years, and we have replicated this in climate change and clean energy, and then healthcare and livelihoods as well. This is how you scale, and it takes time, and it takes significant amount of capital, and therefore aggregating capital from multiple sources and deploying that capital in the most impactful and most potential startups is what needs to be done, and that can only happen if we bring multiple stakeholders together. Current footprint, if you just look at the Clean Energy Incubation Center over the last 7 years, last 4 years, it has actually grown right from its inception, the root of mission innovation in COP21 to International Energy Agency recognizing it as one of the finest examples of curating innovations, to last year, thanks to RISE, us Social Alpha announcing a gigaton challenge based on success of CEISE. So incrementally, our innovation ecosystem and its components have been really, really important in India's global leadership in clean energy transition. With that, I thank all of you for being here and being part of this journey, and request you to engage with our startups who are present here today and give us feedback on the scale-up architecture that we have created. Thanks.
Thank you, Manoj. Let me now invite Dennis Pamelin, who's the Executive Director for Mission Innovation's Net Zero Compatible Innovation Initiative and also a Senior Advisor with RISE Institute Sweden, to give us a picture of the expanded perspectives on innovation. Do we work on combating climate change just separately as a silo, or what does it mean with respect to the larger human needs? Dennis, over to you.
Thank you very much, Smita. And it's so good to be back in India. So much of the work we've been doing has been inspired by the fantastic work that India has been leading. It is really one of the first international incubators in the world. and really looking at this as an international challenge. Still, many stakeholders around the world approach climate change as a local issue, and very few have actually integrated startups in the climate agenda. It's seen as a separate track. Most countries, they look at the big polluters and they say reduce the emissions. They don't really integrate the next generation solution providers. And can I have the clicker, please? So I've been asked to give a little bit of the overview of what we've been doing and how we look at the tools and platforms that are emerging now. And we talk at a year, 2023, where for the first time, G7 acknowledged avoided emissions and the role of SMEs in combating the climate challenge. And for the first time, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development issued guidelines for how to assess avoided emissions and acknowledging the role of a new generation of solution providers. So we are living in a paradigm shift where the accelerated work is really at the forefront internationally. And I usually start by IPCC and the science, because if we lose the science, we lose direction. And many people talk about reducing emissions. And we think that's not really what we should focus on. And I'll come back to that. It's really about avoiding emissions, because most people on the planet do not have enough. Here in India, that's very much the case. The big challenge is not to reduce emissions from the current structures, it's to allow people to live flourishing lives. So I usually say it's quite a Western perspective to talk about reduction of emissions. If we're going to have flourishing lives for everyone, we need to focus on avoiding emissions as people move out of poverty. And this is very much also what the IPCC said. If we just trying to reduce emissions from the old structures, basically P4, IPCC call that, we will destroy biodiversity. We will not be able to lift people out of poverty. We will destroy water. So all the other global challenges will not be met. But if we look at the P1 scenario, that is much more innovation. That is sharing. That is basically saying what the Clean Energy Incubator in India was trying to do, and saying, if we put people first and try to meet their needs in a sustainable way, then we can do amazing things. And I think people have not really realized that IPCC have provided us with such strong guidance that we should look very much more towards India and the global south rather than the West for guidance on how we move forward. Because it's not about reducing emissions from the current sector, it is about providing good livelihood for the many. And that's what we've been trying to do. You might be surprised, but as I mentioned, only this year did the World Business Council, for instance, provided guidance for how to report on avoided emissions. Up until now, most businesses, companies, cities, startups have been looking at them as a problem. The best thing you can do is reduce your own emissions. But what about the cities that are helping these startups to export? Why aren't the startup community part of the climate agenda? Why aren't India being celebrated as exporters of all these amazing solutions? Why are we only looking, and when we bring stakeholders to the international climate meeting, why are we only asking them how much emission do you reduce? Why don't we ask them how much do you give to the world? And this is what's happening now also, and we're very happy to work with India and the work with the incubator as part of the UNFCCC work also with the Global Innovation Hub. And Smita and others have been participating in this now over the last years, where the UNFCCC is actually starting to look at a human needs-driven climate agenda, where we look for solution providers, not only those who reduce their own emissions. And that's a very exciting and joyful experience, because these are people passionate about providing those solutions. And what we've done then is to say, how do we create these tools? How do we make this easy for people to make this shift? So we created a scanning tool with ICLEI and UNFCCC, where you just can upload your strategies and say, am I human needs based? Am I just saying, I'm going to reduce emissions somewhere in society, but do I know who's going to benefit from that? If I'm going to say, I have this battery here, Well, very nice. But is that battery going to be on an oil platform or charging a school? And we've been very inspired by the work here in India because we felt that startups here and around the global south is often much more human needs focused. It's obvious that you think about helping people out of poverty. So if you think about a cooling storage, it's farmers who get more nutritional food to be brought to the market. It's very close to that. But very often with the current frameworks, that is not seen. You only look at the carbon as sort of anonymous tool. But the startups we saw here in India, they brought so much more than just the carbon to the table. They brought flourishing lives. That also brought us back to Europe to rethink how we were working. So I'm going to show some examples also where we started to expand our thinking on what are the startups we should be looking at. And that also allows you to start looking at what are the needs. Many cities, they are not asking for carbon reductions. They're asking for good solutions for their citizens. And if you start up then, like the work that is done here in India, it's much easier then to link your work to cities and markets to say, we give you something that is valuable, not just a carbon value, but a human value. And one of the things that we learned a lot from here in India was also that we cannot kill the passion and just trying to make the startups being business people. They need to be purpose-driven. We need to keep that passion within the startups. And what we saw and what we've seen is that many of the startups have a lot of purpose. They want to bring something good to the world. But the way current investors, current government structures work, they try to push that away and just ask, how are you making profit? How are you growing fast enough? What we need to also to ask is, how many more flourishing lives are you helping to provide for? How are you part of the solution toward a future where 11 billion people can live flourishing lives? We're 8 billion today, we will grow and be more, and this is of course a unique year also. India is now the most populous country on the planet, so if there's one place we should really look at and discuss as a miniature of the world, it is India. India has some of the richest of the rich, but also some of the poorest of the poor. If we have solution that works for India, they work for the world. I'm from Sweden. If we have a solution that works for Sweden, they pretty much don't work anywhere else because we tend to use it very expensive. We use a lot of water. We use lots of resources. We don't think global. We're starting to learn, and we're learning from India and other places and say, it's not just about carbon, it's not just about reducing emissions, it's about thinking globally. And that's what we also develop these tools and say, we need to help not just switch products. It's not just about product substitution. It's not doing a better version of what we have today. We also need to think about systems. How are the systems changing? And how are we ultimately delivering on 11 billion people? So when we assess, and the thing we learned by collaborating here with India was that, yeah, we can do some assessment of the product substitution. But very often, the major contribution is actually when we broaden that perspective. And I'll give you some examples later. Because we have already, these are just three short examples I want to give from Sweden that was inspired by India. Instead of saying, from a traditional energy perspective, you look at storage, energy production, distribution, etc. But food is absolutely essential for the whole energy system. How we deal with biodiversity, how the bio-based economy is going to happen. And Mykorrhiza here, they're doing fungi-based, mushroom-based, basically protein. And if you look at that, it's nice, it's sustainable protein, it's better food. That can be healthy meals also. So it's not just about saying, how do you produce this better? How do you make sure that it's part of a healthy meal? How do you make that affordable for the many people? And then also, how do you allow people to have a joyful experience of that food? We're here in India. There's no place on earth, basically, with more fantastic food and colorful things to enjoy. Also very sustainable. The option is veg and non-vegetarian, not as most places around the world where non-vegetarian is the option and then you have to ask for a vegetarian option. So very globally sustainable. So those kind of things that we move away from this. But then also look at that, how do we then assess those emissions? How can we look at the product as, substitution being significant? But when you start looking at the different meals, you throw away less, you eat smarter, then the emission goes up enormously. And if you then start looking at that as part of a sustainable lifestyle, when you also start bike more instead of taking the car, integrated solutions on how we live better lives, then all of a sudden the impacts explodes. So that's also where we've seen, and the same thing, we saw a similar thing also for a shower head. Why don't we have these? There are already now out things that are 90% better. This is from a company called Altered. And that's about water saving. And in Sweden, that's really hard to sell because we have so much water, but around the world, we don't have that. So how do we start thinking internationally and globally and really start thinking about how we need water, not just being a wasteful product, but something that can be used? Here in India, we learned a lot that that was really a key part. Some of those startups we didn't really see in Sweden before we saw that what is really needed to expand on a global market. And then finally, just an example, my shoes that I'm wearing. A shoe company, how can that be relevant for the global energy? Well, it's not just about the shoe. It's about an outdoor company that tries to have, you have quality clothing, smaller wardrobes that encourage outdoor living. Take bikes and walkability in cities instead to a new level. So what is happening here now? That it's instead of just looking at energy from a very narrow perspective, we look at it from a human perspective and see there's so many startups around the world that are now embarking on this journey to make life better for people. So without the work we've been seeing here in India, that would not have been possible. So the last thing that I would like to say is just that it's really helped us develop one of the most powerful tools that we've seen for the startups is to look at the 11 billion IQ. And it's the innovation quadrant in terms of not just carbon, but also land use and affordability. And say, if you make a car and make that from biofuel, well, that's nice for climate perspective, but land use is the same. We can't have that on the planet. Everyone cannot have the Western standard of cars. Even electrification, land use is too much for all these cars driving around. So we need to ask also, how do we link the car companies to walkability, virtual meetings, 3D printing? So we can't look at current sectors only. And that's the last thing that I want to say, because it's really what we was sort of challenged to rethink, because back home in Europe, we were thinking in sectors and how we improve sectors. Here in India, we were thinking more about how do we actually provide for human needs? And then we need to look beyond sectors and look at what is actually needed in society. And I would like to end by saying that is probably one of the biggest challenges for the innovation ecosystem that was discussed earlier also, is we can't just look at it from the old lens, we need to look at this from the new lens. And that's where I think, and I want to end that, and we're going to talk about that in the next session also after this, about a really human needs-driven agenda for climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis, for being very, very inspiring as always, but also triggering our thoughts in so many directions. I think if we just keep building on this, the whole idea of how we look at innovation in sector-based silos gets totally, explodes, right? We need to open up our silos and boundaries and just sort of, highlighting again. The conversation continues in the next room, so a little plug. 10:45, the session that you hear in the room next door will build further on this human needs focused agenda. But yes, how do we not innovate while solving one problem and creating 10 others, but look at a larger systems-based approach where we are solving for human needs overall. Thank you for those words. We'll now move into a panel discussion. If we can have chairs here, please, facing the audience. Yeah, sure. You could pick these chairs as well, it's fine. The ones in the front row, for the sake of starting soon. Just, yeah. So let me, 5 chairs, 5. So let me get started by making introductions. So this panel will have two enablers, one from India and one from UK, where you'll hear about how do the ecosystem enablers work on innovation in these two countries. So you'll hear case perspectives. We'll have Andrew Pease from Energy Systems Catapult and representing Mission Innovation UK. And we'll have Dr. Manish Diwan, Head Strategic Partnership BIRAC, representing the case from India. You'll also hear from two startups, Dr. Vilas Shelke, co-founder and CEO of Rechargian, an energy storage company, and Mateen Abdul, co-founder and CEO of Grassroots Energy, and he'll talk about the innovations in bioenergy that they're working on. This panel will be, the panel will talk not just from the innovator's lens, but also from the enabler's lens, what is being done and what else could be done to address the challenges and work towards the opportunities in global scale-up. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Anita Gupta, advisor and head of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. We are very privileged that you're moderating this session, ma'am. Yes. Okay, sure. Yeah. So let's have the panelists on the stage, please. Thank you.
So this is a 40 minutes session with the time for Q&A. Okay, so thanks, Meeta. Thank you and welcome to this panel discussion, which is targeting the theme of scaling clean energy solutions and startups globally. Just a quick introduction that Department of Science and Technology has really taken a lead in driving the most enabling, potent institutional-led development is through promotion of incubators across the country in last 2 decades or so. Our incubators were largely sector agnostic, but thanks to Department of Biotechnology and Mission Innovation, now we have very dedicated incubator clean energy international incubation center, which is led by Social Alpha, which is focusing on the clean energy sector, and really it dovetails with the larger theme of Mission Innovation, where we are actually advancing the clean energy pathways together through innovation-led development. For accelerating, because within incubation, most of the startups in a very, you can say, conducive environment. But when they really find a place to scale up and accelerate the growth, it's a really daunting and challenging task for any startup. So we had pioneered the concept and brought out a program on accelerator through our Nidhi program. And DST has been really very successful in really scaling up some of these startups, which this accelerator model built on the fail fast, grow fast model based on the Y Combinator, which was first of its accelerator. And now we see mushrooming of accelerator programs driven by industry, driven by various incubators across the country. So it is, since we are focusing on the clean energy domain, it will be worthwhile how to see from the enabler perspective, also from the beneficiary, which is the startup perspective, what are their thoughts on the challenges, the kind of initiatives and kind of the interventions of government or any other help them in scaling up nationally and also internationally. So let's formally begin the session. I would request that two of our panelists which are representing the enablers, both NDPs from UK and my colleague Manish Diwan from BIRAC, two of the startups. When I ask just to introduce 1 minute introduction about themselves, then I'll just pose questions.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I appreciate that. So, yes, good morning, everybody. Yes, it is still morning in the UK. And thank you for having me on the panel today, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. So I represent Energy Systems Catapult from the UK. We are part of a large, what is called the Catapult Network, which spans the UK in various sectors. So we are Energy Systems, and we look at decarbonisation of the whole system, and we've heard speak today already about system of systems and looking at how everything interconnects. And that is an area that we spend a lot of time. We also have sister catapults that look at connected places, digital, cell and gene therapy, high-value manufacturing. Our role within the UK and also globally is to fill the gap between governments, academia, and industry. So the areas where it's too technical for government, it's not interesting enough for academia because they've kind of done the initial bit, and industry doesn't see the business model yet. So our idea is that we fill in that triangle and help bridge the valley of death. We've also been doing a range of projects in India, and I'll speak to those later, particularly with Social Alpha. We ran the Innovating for Clean Air program a couple of years back, and we're now leading one of the strands of the UK-India Innovation Hub with the Innovating Transport and Energy Systems. Again, this is another opportunity to bring SMEs and innovators together, which has been a really beneficial for everybody to date, and hopefully in the future as well.
Thanks, Andrew. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Manish Diwan, representing BIRAC, which is a central enabler Government of India enterprise under Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology. So like Catapult UK, BIRAC is also a central enabler to boost and spur the innovation, product and technology development across the country. And this is essentially to carve out a space in the knowledge-based sector, which is where the biotechnology and life sciences intervenes with a lot of subsectors like healthcare, industrial biotechnology, production, agri-tech, and clean environment. India being a developing economy, we all understand that the resources are limited and they need to be dedicated in a very strategic manner so that it brings out maximum impact, yet it can serve 1.6 billion people. So learning from across the globe different models, we saw that those models cannot directly be implemented in the country, and we have customized and iterated those models, and there are best practices that we have developed from funding innovation, creating infrastructure for innovation, bringing networks, stakeholders, public, private stakeholders, philanthropic stakeholders, and then at the being a central Government of India representative, we also intervene at the policy level. So that is how the ecosystem we have tried to build in. And from the biotech ecosystem that we have learned, clean energy is a very clear space which cannot be done unilaterally by one single entity. It has to bring multiple partners, and very pleased to see the global integration and commitment in that manner. Happy to contribute and look forward for interesting discussions. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. I'm Dr. Vilas Shelke, basically a physicist, academician turned entrepreneur, and co-founder of Rechargen Energy Private Limited. So Rechargen is a deep tech startup focused in energy storage. Particularly, we are working on alternative chemistry to lithium-ion batteries, which is more sustainable, more safe, and more reliable for that matter. So the idea is that we can contribute to the global issues of climate, clean energy, and provide a better solution from global perspective. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Mateen, co-founder and CEO at Grassroots Energy. We primarily work on distributed energy. We produce clean fuels like biomethane and biohydrogen. We enable industries and communities in their journey towards energy transition.
So now I would like to pose question to Andrew Pease. Based on your experience, what do you think are the key challenges or bottlenecks in scaling at international level, various startups?
Thank you for starting with an easy one. I think some of the challenges, so we've done a series of programs bringing innovators to new countries. There are some systemic barriers in terms of funding channels to support that. Typically, they're supported through trade organizations. But I think part of it as well is understanding the markets that you're looking at. So SMEs and a lot of the companies we work with, they're very involved in their technologies. And this goes in the UK as well and domestically. They're very involved in their tech. They're fascinated with the technologies. But in energy, you're looking at very, very complex supply chains. You're looking at big monolithic infrastructure organizations. And the supply chains where they buy their equipment from are very complex. So when you start to look at your home country and you understand that, and then you have to look at another country and understand that, the challenges there of comprehension so that you can enter the market are very, very high. So a lot of time and effort we spend working with programs such as IFCA and ITES, which I've mentioned, is about helping companies understand the markets that they're approaching, helping facilitate the introductions to the key stakeholders, and then also setting their expectations appropriately. I think some companies anticipate, and Dennis, you've alluded to this, of I have a solution in the UK, it will automatically be needed in India or in China or wherever. And that's not the case. The needs are different, the demands are different. So you need to be able to accommodate your product or to be able to accommodate your business model to meet those international needs. And I think that level of comprehension is a barrier that we're slowly breaking down, but more can be done.
And another thing is, what are the strategies to really overcome those barriers? Any you can cite?
I think it's in-country, really high-quality in-country partners. And I'll highlight Social Alpha with this as an example. But being able to bring SMEs to knowledgeable incubators and other academic or research partners who can help educate. We can do so much from our UK offices here, but ultimately you need people on the ground who are dealing with this day in and day out, and that really helps. I think fortunately now that the travel restrictions are now sort of over for the world, and I think we took a hit from sort of 2020 to 2022 when travel was so restricted, but now we're seeing people move again and we're seeing people meet in person again, and that in-person meeting and that in-person engagement has really started to make a difference. But I think my key area would be really good in-country partners is absolutely key.
So Manish, based on your rich experience of promoting startups in BioRec, what do you think, when is the stage comes for startups to really scale up? So can you highlight what has been the journey of BioRec and experience of BioRec in scaling of startups internationally? And if you encountered any of the challenges, how really you dealt with them? So these were the two questions.
Okay, it's pretty diverse. let me try to put things together. I think the startup, first of all, you need to have a pipeline of innovators, entrepreneurs who have fundamentally very strong base in terms of the technology that they are working on that can create a potential product or a platform technology to serve the unmet need. For that, you need to have not only the technical competence on the person who is nurturing that innovation, but access to infrastructure, which is also technically advanced and cater to the eventual product development requirement. Both of these things also require perseverance and uh, long sustenance, and that comes with high cost, access to patient capital, somebody to believe in you, that you will eventually succeed one day given the right environment. And I think the thread around it would require somebody to mentor and the right expertise who can look beyond the technique, but in future bringing the elements of go-to-market strategy, business plans, uh, connect with somebody like-minded so that the investments can flow or a bigger competitive landscape becomes more evident. And I think this needs local champions, somebody who can stay along with the innovator and help them navigate and at least provide the spectrum of different opportunities. So two actors here become very critical. One is the base infrastructure, and it is being led by a local champion. I would relate this experience with the incubation centers, and in particularly for clean energy, the Clean Energy International Incubation Center, led by a very able team of Manoj and Smita. So they really come close to individual startup and look at their day-to-day development, like monthly requirements, where the next stage it can go to, and integrate the Tata Powers, which is the industry partner here, to bring in that business element and industry perspective. And if you look at little move away and look at little broader perspective, then this incubation center is then integrated with a thread of all the incubation centers. For BIREC, we have supported 75 incubation centers. So all incubators get connected. So if some innovator or startup is sitting in far off part in the country, they can then integrate with this incubation center. Now, if you look at a little global perspective, this is an Clean Energy International Incubator, as the name suggests. This is an international incubator. So the pipeline of entrepreneurs and startups the funnel is really large. So international innovation can also seep in here. With this kind of endeavor where the countries are coming together and different enablers, ecosystem, and at policy level mission innovation, I think the recognition of this sector because of its potential impact and growth in the space, the non-visible actors which are active in their respective countries' domains, they also see a common platform. And I think that brings a lot of stakeholders together. And I think that is the fundamental key to the success of this roadmap. One element I think Dennis pointed out in terms of affordability and technology fit in different perspective, very critical. We take it as granted that we have to develop affordable, accessible, and scalable solutions. I didn't really relate to when you brought out that there is a different perspective when the innovators are looking at solution development elsewhere. But I think that is a realization thread. In India, one more element is also important, or probably which might be common with the developing economies, is the ingredients, components, chemicals, or the reagents or equipments that we use to build the particular product or technology, if that is also sourced from outside the country, like imported, then there is a lot of tax, duties, etc. That becomes part and parcel of the cost to development, cost to innovate, and that takes away the competitive strength of frugality of innovation, or how fast you can reach out to the market. So I think local, if we say it in context with India, let's say indigenization of those raw material or wherever the country is, if that can also be locally created and logistics and supply chains come in, I think these are few broad points which I see from supporting close to about 6,500 startups in the knowledge-based sector, and India being startup nation of the world, third largest country, 95,000 plus startups. But the deep tech, knowledge-based startups, I think these are the common elements which I see innovations happening in energy sector as well as in the rest of the biotech space. Thank you.
As you know, India is targeting one of the greatest mission is towards being Atmanirbhar, which is self-reliant India, where the products which are being made are not only targeting India as a customer base, but also targeting make for the world, where internationalization will be a key aspect. And startups, as you know, are the, you can say, catalyst of disruptive change and bringing various innovations which are required in the market. Just I will tell a bit about, because startups are focusing different market, product to market fit. So product could be, if you're targeting B2G, which is they are targeting government as a key customer. B2B, as already highlighted by Manoj, that one of the key vertical which needs to be addressed, we have huge number of 65 million of MSMEs. If B2B is being targeted, or if it is B2C, so approaches will be entirely different, the which market segment you are actually targeting. Accordingly, you will build up strategies to really scale up and grow as you march further in the innovation value chain. From the startup perspective, my question to Dr. Vikas Shelke is, when was the tipping point when you for a startup that they need to really scale up? So can you highlight, based on the journey you had from your ideation to bringing product in the market so far, which you can really react to and share with the audience here?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. That is really a good question for any startup, that to talk about our own journey. So as I said, academician turned entrepreneur. So at the beginning of our journey itself, we understood that there is a gap between academia and industry. And the role of startup is to bridge that gap. So to take a innovation from laboratory scale to industry level or to the market level, that is a real challenge. And most of the time we feel that whatever we do academically or in the R&D laboratory, that product may not be a market fit, because we are so, the innovation is so close to our heart that we think that everybody understands it, but that may not be suitable for the market. And on the other hand, industries, for them market and the business plan and the marketing strategy and these things are very important. They don't understand many times the science behind the product and the challenges for those products. So fortunately for us, when we turned from academia to entrepreneurship, we could understood both the world, and there comes the role of startup to bridge that gap. And as a startup, when we start our journey, the major role is for incubator, because as a startup, we don't understand the industry requirements. We don't understand the business strategies. So these incubators, they mentor us. We learn many things. So last couple of years, we have learned a lot of things from our incubator, like Social Alpha or Venture Center, that how to make a product which will be of interest for the industry and which will be in a societal or commercial context. That first we have to understand for every startup. And once we understand that perspective, then we have to work hard on a product which will see the transition from laboratory scale to industry scale. Now, when we talk about scaling up your product, so it is quite important to understand that every product, it can work at laboratory scale, but when you scale it up at production level or to the market level, then there are many, many different parameters. There is a market, there is a economy is one parameter, climate is another parameter, even the customer segment. Your customer should like your product, then only they will buy it, and the whole game is to reach the customer, to have a outreach to the society, to the customer. And even if your product is very good, but if the customer doesn't find it appealing, then there is no point with your product development or your R&D part. So overall, for us, it has been a quite beneficial or quite good journey that we were connected with the government, being from a government sector. We are connected with the good incubators. We are connected with the corporate world, and we are connected with the R&D laboratories. So all these overall, all the ingredients in our case are present at one place, and that is why we are quite confident that we will really contribute not only to the India, but for the global in this clean energy transition. Thank you.
My next question is to Mr. Abdul Mateen, founder of the Grassroots Energy. Starting off from India in this domain, what do you see are your experiences in terms of growth and scaling up? Can you throw some light on this?
So, Smita mentioned an important phrase a bit earlier. While innovation is necessary, but many times it's not enough. So you need multiple other things apart from the innovation. You need the right partners, you need the right business model, and quality is taken for granted. And also you need policy in the respective market where you're working. So with all this put together, you need all these building blocks to be in place. And before you can address the international markets, I think getting the product right in the local market, which is under your control relatively, is very important. Because the expectations in some of the exported markets could be far more stringent. So we, at this point of time, we are working on biohydrogen in a couple of other markets beyond India, which is in UK. One of the reasons why we are working there was primarily because of the policy support, more specific to biohydrogen, and also some of the development support which came from the government, which was extremely supportive, which helped us to get the initial building blocks right with the right partners in the local market. So I think, and beyond hydrogen, on the biomethane, which we are currently working on, we are also looking at exporting the solution in containerized formats. That's something which there is a need, which we're trying to serve. But before that, a lot of the stringent expectations from them have to be met, both in terms of quality and also with the right specs in place. So to that extent, I think having the right format and the structure is extremely important.
Thank you. So my two next questions will be again to the startup. So what financial instruments you could really take advantage of from the India side to scale up first in India, then to internationally? So just Dr. Shelke, throw some light on that.
Yeah, so for a startup, again, at the beginning of the journey itself, it is very important to get a good financial support. And we have been again fortunate that government has been very supportive to us. We received funding from different government channels, like from Nidhi Prayas. We received from Ministry of Heavy Industry, Uptech Challenge, then ARA Industry Accelerator Program, and also only equity funding which we received from Social Alpha. So with these fundings, we were well positioned to enter into the pilot scale of our product, which is basically rechargeable battery based on sodium ion chemistry. So to scale up at a pilot level, from first there is a ideation stage, from ideation stage to lab scale prototype, and from lab scale prototype to pilot scale and then going to the assembly line or to the actual manufacturing stage. So up to pilot scale, most of funding we received from government agencies, not only in India, even abroad also. We received funding from Indo-US Science Technology Forum. We received from United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Because this clean energy is such a good topic, it is close to everybody in India as well as international agencies. So, and since we are providing a sustainable solution for such a crucial problem, so we have been getting fundings from all the different sources. And therefore, the journey for us so far has been very smooth and pleasant as well. Thank you.
Dr. Mateen.
In many times, the commercial investors expect a working model before they can put in the money. So for you to raise that capital, there could be an intent, but the actual transaction will not happen till you see something working. That's where hardware-based energy solutions can be extremely challenging. So while we have been blessed, especially in the initial stages with some of the grant capital from some of the government institutions for building the technology, and there is intent from some of the customers to see the product working before they can scale up. So that pause or the valley of death, like you call, is extremely important. Unless that is supported and funded, so the commercial capital will not come in. While we are talking to a lot of people and they are keen to invest in equity whenever they can see the model working, but unless you cross that chasm, so it's extremely important for you to move the journey. And there we are getting some support, but that capital is extremely limited, and not many people have that access to capital. And there is a need for demonstration of prototypes. There is a need of demonstration of new business models, technologies, before they can be scaled up. And I believe that that capital is extremely limited in India, and we need more of that. For example, while we are talking in the backdrop, we see some logos on hydrogen. There are some announcements to be made on hydrogen. While on big announcements to be made on hydrogen, but the R&D capital, on the demonstration capital is extremely limited. And within that, bioenergy is often neglected. It is just a small phrase in the entire policy document, which is unfortunate. We need more of that capital, and we need large chunks of that capital, because only if we have an R&D access, an R&D capital, we can see the technologies to be nurtured, to be developed locally. And some of the other solutions like electrolyzers, etc., could be made elsewhere and could be deployed here, but bioenergy has to be developed locally, and to that extent, that capital is missing. And I urge some of the officials in the government to look that seriously. And there are technologies which can be tested, and we need that capital.
So thank you. I have taken a note of your recommendations very positively, because we within the Department of Science and Technology, having a rich experience of promoting innovation, entrepreneurship, and now with the new portfolio of clean climate change and clean energy, we will be devising soon a funding model to support startups in this providing R&D capital. Just to share, because of various policy initiatives under Mission Innovation as well, we are embarking on Hydrogen Valley concept also. So we are in the advanced stages of considering few, you can say, collaborative models and locations wherein the entire value chain of hydrogen, from production, transport to end user utilization to off-takers, will be built up. And one of the key production routes will be through bio also. So that is in the pipeline. So hopefully, with this audience, I would also like to share, as the deep tech startups really need a lot of funding and access to capital and forward linkages with the market to really grow and scale up. One of the recent examples where a deep tech startup in the drone technology, supported by our incubator, academic incubator, IIT Bombay, could really realize the dream of converting idea to IPO, and raising capital through you can say stock market, stock exchange, and that had garnered really huge good response from the investors across. So this is one of the success story where they were the shares, equity shares were held by the incubator first time in the country, and it could really reach the stage of IPO. So we need much more examples really how to raise, you can say, capital from the stock market. So that would be one of the instrument. But that's a long way to go in the clean energy domain. There are clean energy funds also being set up. So that could be another, and there are certain VCs who are only targeting climate change and clean energy domain. So going forward, I think all these startups could really target that approach for raising finances. So success breeds success. Now my next question will be to Andrew Peace to just to highlight any good successful case, use case, or successful examples, shining examples of startups going internationally and scaling up internationally from your domain.
I think there's several. I think there's so the Innovating for Clean Air program, I think, was a great example of collaboration. So we were able to wrap that up with a demonstration in Church Street in Bengaluru, where all of the SMEs, both UK and Indian SMEs, were able to come together and demonstrate their technologies for a week. And I think I pick up on a point that was made by one of the SMEs here was around that ability to demonstrate and that ability to actually show what your product can do. And so Church Street in Bengaluru was a big achievement at the end of that program, and we're hoping to see the same out of ITES, the Transport and Energy Systems Incubator. And I think that's where we've seen some of the biggest impacts. So from IFCA, I think we've had 30 or 40 different commercial engagements that have come off the back of that, and a variety of other programs as well. So I think rather than highlighting a single SME or a single business, I think that ability to demonstrate and show your stuff is really where we've won.
So Manish, now I would like to highlight the very successful, not from your healthcare or biotech domain, but focusing on the clean energy. I agree with Dennis, like human aspects are also really very important when we take the entire domain in perspective, which we often neglect. So that was a very good dimensions which you brought about.
So I think just will cite one example. Takachar is one outshining example that got recognized at the international platform as a moonshot innovation, won a £1 billion as an award money. But I think there could be many, and Accelerate program like which is being pursued can bring all such startups at the international platform. So let the international community judge and make up their mind if they really think that that particular solution has a potential. I think many such examples will get picked up. And demo labs like what Catapult mentioned, the Clean Energy Incubation Center is also setting up a clean tech demo park with DBT and BIREC in New Delhi. So the successful examples can then pilot in front of public and visitors, both from scientific, non-scientific, industry, as well as policymaker, international delegations. That will really give them a platform which they can relate and capture such opportunities.
Thank you. So now I would like to open the floor for Q&A. Then I'll urge one final one-liner message to budding startups who are actually embarking on the energy domain from your side, both of you.
I think we are at a very interesting point as far as energy ecosystem is concerned, especially for startups. While we have been hearing about the climate change and all those things, but we are now seeing capital getting, like Madam has mentioned, there are dedicated climate finance capital. It's early stages, but very hopeful of what it can open up in terms of opportunities. Beyond capital, many of the organizations where we are talking are actually serious on ESG, whether it is carbon neutral goals. So it is not only written in the annual reports on the last page, but it is actually part of the decision making. And we are seeing that taken very seriously, where clean fuels can also be one of the solutions. So it's a very interesting time, and there is a lot to happen. So I think we need to see.
Well, I think on the one side there is a C, climate, and on the other side there is a E, energy. So, and there is a divide, D, between climate and energy. We need climate for our survival. We need energy for our sustainability. And to mitigate that divide or to minimize that divide, we need clean energy. That is the thing I would like to say to all the startups, corporates, and all the investors as well. Thank you.
Any final message from your side, Manish, to enablers in India?
I think it requires an integrated approach, and that is clearly seen. Department of Science and Technology spearheading the mission innovation now. Department of Biotechnology recognizing the biotech strength, seeding incubation centers and funding the innovators. Integrating, looking at examples from across the world, Catapult, for example. So we are absorbing some of the elements from the Catapult, some of the other elements from other geographies. So I think this is how we can create a enabling environment, and occasions like this where we also bring international global enablers, global innovation, and creating that platform to create new set of opportunities. I think this would require holistic and sustained activity and long-term commitment in the direction.
So, Andrew, I'd like to highlight how platforms like MI could be really spearheaded for driving the international collaborations in this domain.
I think MI in particular, and there's been a thread that I've noticed going through this. I think one of the areas that MI can really help, and one of the areas that member countries can help, and governments around the world, is help innovators and help innovation tell their story. So one of the things that we talk a lot about technologies, we talk a lot about the details and business models and things. Help people tell their stories, help them say why they're doing what they're doing, what it is that they're hoping to achieve. And then people buy into that, people get the grasp of that, and I think that's where mission innovation can really, really help that.
Thank you. It has been an enlightening session. I thank all the fellow panelists, both from the enablers and startup side, and thank you Social Alpha for organizing this. One last word is, like, there's a technology show already put up in the Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Indoor Stadium, which is not very far from here. There you could really have a look at the exhibits which are representing innovations which are supported largely by DST and few by, I think, your startup, Rechargian, is also there. So one could go and visit the kind of innovations which have been supported, what technology readiness level they are in, and if you could really seek opportunity for collaborations, please do visit and let us know. We will work out further mechanisms to collaborate and integrate with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anita Gupta and all the panelists. Dennis, please come over. So as co-hosts of this session, representing Social Alpha and the Mission Innovation Net Zero Compatible Innovations Initiative, we'd like to thank you all for attending. And Dennis, any last words?
No, thank you all for being here, and thank you for sharing. And I think also I would like just to end by saying we all live in two worlds. We live in the past with old institutions structured in a way that doesn't really fit the future, but we're all trying to walk to the same path. So I think events like this, when you can share and create networks also, if you're a startup with policymakers with business, etc., that's where we need to go. Thank you very much. Now we need to rush to the next room because it's already started. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assistant Secretary for Nuclear Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy. But first, for those who are new to Nice Future, I'd like to take a few moments to introduce our initiative, which is under the Clean Energy Ministerial. Nice Future envisions a world where nuclear innovations advance clean energy goals. In many cases, this takes the form of nuclear renewables integration, but also there are non-nuclear applications such as hydrogen production. We are engaged in technical work, as in case studies, and policy work, which includes webinars and events that are intended to engage policymakers and communicate nuclear energy's role in the integrated clean energy systems, as well as the clean energy workforce of the future. All SEM initiatives are country-led and opt-in, although Nice Future embraces the strong participation of its partner organizations, we value the depth and the expertise that they bring our community. We strive for a bottom-up approach, and we are growing. Our current 3-year campaign, which we kicked off at the Global Clean Energy Action Forum in Pittsburgh just last September, is the campaign to research the impacts of social equity and economic empowerment, or RISE-3. There are 5 distinct social and environmental justice themes to our campaign, which often overlap, to include partnerships with underserved communities, nuclear renewables integration, coal transitions, economic empowerment, and workforce development, and non-electric applications. On that note, I encourage everyone to check out our flagship publication, RISE 3D, which has been made available for free on major digital platforms. It began as a case series, but following the strong positive response, we expanded it to a full-fledged online journal beginning this fall to feature the excellent work done under our campaign and through the Nice Future Initiative generally. You can find the initial case series on iBooks and Barnes & Noble and several other platforms, with the journal to follow. And finally, our latest effort is the establishment of a new technical working group, Leaders in Advanced Nuclear Energy, or LANE. For LANE, we've expanded our leadership beyond Canada, Japan, and the US to include France and the United Kingdom in order to ramp up the work required to tackle the challenges of climate and energy insecurity. We've already had some proposals for sub-working groups under LANE, which is very encouraging since it was only officially announced last week through the SEM's LinkedIn, and we're very enthusiastic about the future possibilities to fulfill our mission. With that, I've completed my overview and updates, so now I am pleased to introduce Dr. Katie Huff, Assistant Secretary for Nuclear Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And on behalf of the Nice Future Initiative, co-led by Canada, Japan, and the United States, I do want to thank you for joining us for this discussion on the role of nuclear energy in the clean energy workforce of the future. I also want to take a moment to thank our hosts for all they've done to make sure that this is a successful welcome to India and a truly amazing ministerial. You know, I've had the opportunity to visit this country a couple of times, and I have to say it is one of the most wonderful places I've ever been. I've never been during monsoon season, and it was absolutely amazing last night. Shocking amounts of rain. I am blown away. And I have, in my sort of travel here, I was thinking about the many contributions that India's made and continues to make to the global community. And as I was thinking about the subject of this panel today, the clean energy workforce of the future, I was reminded of my 2 favorite quotes by Mahatma Gandhi. The future depends on what we do in the present, and be the change you wish to see in the world. As I look to our panelists here today, I'm really encouraged by the energy and diversity of experiences you all have, everything that's going to be represented in this conversation. It is among people who are actively being the change they wish to see in the world. And I think in this world, facing climate change and energy security issues, that is more important than ever. I've had the pleasure of reviewing each of your bios, and they're all really impressive. Each of you are at really different stages in your careers, and many of you are volunteering in professional organizations in service to the mission of our clean energy transition, and some of you have already had more than one career in your lives, so I think that alone is really representative of the clean energy workforce of the future. By necessity, it will be global, it will be diverse, and it will have to be service-oriented in every way possible. So many of you have taken huge risks and made sacrifices and faced real challenges to arrive where you are today. And that's provided you with a valuable perspective, and I'm really pleased that you've agreed to share some of that today. I'm also grateful to share my thoughts on the clean energy workforce of the future. In the United States, our Department of Energy has assessed that in order to meet our net zero by 2050 goals, no matter whether we deploy an incredible amount of renewable energy or a really incredible amount of renewable energy, we will need to back up that power with between 550 and 770 gigawatts of clean, firm power. Of that power, probably 100 to 200 gigawatts will need to be nuclear power. Now, Nice Future acknowledges that there's no one-size-fits-all approach to tackling climate change and meeting our energy needs, but for the United States, nuclear power remains an important part of our energy mix, and that capacity growth that we're facing between now and 2050 is 2 to 3 times our current capacity. And it's not just the US. The International Energy Agency has estimated that the world will need to double nuclear power by 2050 to meet all of the goals that nations across the planet have committed to. The UNECE also assesses a doubling of nuclear power by 2050 will be necessary for Europe. And a skilled workforce and human resource development is going to be essential to meet those ambitious deployment targets. We in the US DOE estimate that that doubling or tripling of capacity could require as many as 300,000 new jobs in the United States. And that's just us, all alone, between now and 2050. And it's not just any 300,000 jobs. Nuclear energy technologies require a highly skilled workforce. We're going to need welders and electricians and pipe fitters and boiler makers and steam turbine maintenance technicians. We'll also require myriad construction and manufacturing folks and engineers and scientists to help develop and manage the fuel cycle, as well as the regulatory, legal, and policy experts that we're going to need to manage licensing and oversight. To achieve this workforce evolution, governments will need to monitor our workforce trends, to establish our understanding of pending gaps in that workforce. We'll need to invest in education at all levels and provide retraining to support and retain the current workforce. The retraining of workforce, particularly from retiring coal assets, could preserve local jobs, provide economic growth, and augment the experience pool that's going to be needed for the future nuclear workforce. So that's why I'm really excited about Nice Future's new technical working group, Leaders in Advanced Nuclear Energy, or LANE, which Sarah mentioned. The working group will have an entire work stream devoted to developing and sharing nuclear workforce best practices between our participant and partner organizations and countries in a truly multilateral context. But we all know that there is no more time to merely talk about strategies and solutions. It is time to mobilize them. Accordingly, I'm extremely excited about our panel today, professionals who are actively engaged in mobilizing action and employing the ideas they'll be sharing today. And the future truly does depend on what we do here in the present. And that's why I am also delighted to make a very special announcement on behalf of the Nice Future co-lead countries, Canada, Japan, and the United States. I am honored to welcome the Republic of Ghana to the Nice Future community as a participant country. Ghana has made, yay! Ghana has made tremendous strides as a nuclear energy newcomer, including establishing the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, as well as more recently launching the Ghana Clean Energy Training Center, which has sponsored the Pan-African Nuclear Energy Training course, an entirely online and free resource. Finally, Ghana will be hosting the first US-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit in Accra on October 30th through November 1st of this year. It'll be a significant undertaking. So recognizing these achievements to regional and global clean energy leadership, the Nice Future co-lead countries are pleased to extend membership to the Republic of Ghana. I'd like to extend this small token of membership, there will be a color version eventually, to Mr. Atornum Akaho, one of our panelists today. He's a representative of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. I believe we have representatives from NRCan and our Japanese colleagues too. Do we have someone from Japan? Okay, possibly just NRCan to also welcome Ghana. If there is a representative from METI, I would welcome them to come up, but I think they may not have made it. All right. Well, please have a seat, and your colleagues will join you in a moment. So on this positive and hopeful note, I'll see the voices of our panelists who will be discussing the role of nuclear energy in the clean energy workforce of the future. Thank you for your time and attention. This will be an excellent discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huff. And now may I invite the rest of our panelists to join us? So as you can see, we have a very wide spread of panelists for us today. And so I'm going to take a moment to introduce all of them and share just a little bit of those impressive bios that Dr. Huff was mentioning. So first we have Etornum Akaho. He's a Program and Administrative Associate with the Nuclear Power Institute of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. He's a young professional who prioritizes effective communication, timely planning, and model thinking to execute tasks. He has a bachelor's in economics, a master's in international relations and diplomacy, and project management certifications in Prince II Foundations and practitioner. In recent times, he has had the rare privilege of working as a communications assistant with the United Nations University, as well as a program management intern with the International Atomic Energy Agency's Technical Cooperation Department. Presently, he is a Program and Administrative Associate with the Nuclear Power Institute of Ghana, the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, which oversees the implementation of Ghana's nuclear power program. And then we have, get everybody in order. We have Snia Hegde. She's a postdoctoral researcher at the École Centrale de Lyon and Capiteos. She holds a PhD in electronics from the University of Montpellier, France. Her research focuses on high-voltage DC systems, dielectrics, electrical insulation, space charge measurements, partial discharge measurements, and non-intrusive sensors, electric field mapping, and numerical simulations. During her academic journey, Dr. Hegde actively participated in volunteering activities and worked with various nonprofit organizations in India. Since 2019, she's been a member of IEEE and DEIS, taking on the role of Europe representative for DEIS Young Professionals in September 2022. Recently, she was appointed as the chair of DEIS Women in Engineering. In January 2023, she joined the Computer Society and currently serves as the Region 8 Student Activities Committee Coordinator. Now we have Praktik Lakande. Praktik is a supporter of nuclear and, he is a technical research director from Generation Atomic, apologies. He is a supporter of nuclear and other clean energy sources for all their wonders. He is a nuclear engineer and a part of Generation Atomic, a nuclear and clean energy advocacy NPO, where he serves as a technical research director. He and his team are currently working on an energy calculator focusing mainly on materials and land use intensity. He believes nuclear energy should be a part of the energy mix and has a huge role to play in tackling climate change, energy poverty, and other world problems. He holds a Master's of Science from the University of Bristol and Grenoble, INP Flemma, and has done research in relation to lead-cooled fast reactors at Chalmers University. Now we have Lucas Meir, nuclear energy analyst and NTE lead on nuclear hydrogen at the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency. Lucas Meir is a nuclear energy analyst and where he contributes to international projects on small modular reactors and leads the agency work on nuclear hydrogen. Prior to joining NEA in 2020, he represented the French Atomic and Alternative Energies Commission, CEA, as a deputy attaché for the nuclear advisor at the French Embassy in Washington, D.C. Mr. Meir graduated from Grenoble INMP in 2016 with a double master's degree from the Institut d'études politiques de Grenoble. I hope my French was okay. And next we have Gunjan Indolia, nuclear safety engineer at Atkins and clean energy entrepreneur. Gunjan's sole purpose is to utilize nuclear technologies and clean energy transition and other civilian uses and applications reliably and safely. She has 4 years' experience in radiation transport applications and neutron activation radiation shielding with demonstrable neutronics analysis skills using core design and analysis codes and tools. Further, being in the nuclear industry does not stop her from exploring other avenues such as entrepreneurship as she launched a venture in the clean energy sector in battery storage. Okay. And then we have Siddharth Yadav, a nuclear engineer and corporate design engineer from Brunswick Power Plant and Duke Energy. Siddharth Yadav is a nuclear engineer at the Brunswick Power Plant in Southport, North Carolina. He has previously worked as a structural engineer and project manager, as well as a design and construction of transmission lines for the self-supporting lattice towers. He has also previously worked as a structural engineer in telecommunications industry and as a nuclear engineer in design support engineering to support reliable power plant operations with rapid and accurate engineering evaluations, both in the United States and India. Siddharth has been involved with the North American Young Generation Nuclear, NAGN, at the chapter level since joining Duke Energy in 2021. Siddharth earned a Bachelor's of Technology from the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University in Civil Engineering in 2015 and a Master's in Structural Engineering from North Carolina State University in 2020. And last, but definitely not least, Annette Hollis, manager at National Resources Canada and chair of the International Clean Energy Education and Empowerment C3E initiative. Ms. Hollis is the chair of the Equality and Energy Transitions Initiative, a joint effort under the Clean Energy Ministerial and International Energy Agency that works to advance the participation of women in clean energy globally. Ms. Hollis also manages a team within the energy systems sector, Resources Canada, focused on international engagement, people-centered clean energy transitions, and gender equality in the energy sector, which includes management of the Global Equal by 30 campaign and the Empowering People Initiative under the Clean Energy Ministerial. Over the past 15 years, Ms. Hollis has held various positions across the Canadian public service related to energy, environment, climate change, and public health with a strong focus on international relations. Now, I thank everybody for patiently listening to all of these bios. I thought that they were very impressive, and I thought that they would be very informing as we listen to the opinions here today. So I have a few questions that I have shared with the panelists already. And I thought that it would be helpful to just sort of have more of a conversation between the panelists. So everybody will have an opportunity to answer each question, and then we'll have an opportunity to elaborate on that, and then we'll have some audience questions. So my first question, and I'll start with Eternam, and we'll just continue down the line. Based upon your professional and lived experience, what persistent barriers have you identified that hinder inclusion and diversity in the energy workforce? And how have these barriers impacted access to opportunities and advancement in the sector?
Good morning to everyone. Allow me to seize this opportunity to express my country's appreciation to joining the Ninth Future Initiative on behalf of the government of Ghana, the management of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, and the people of Ghana. We are grateful, and we look forward to doing business with you. So I will engage you on two levels. The honest level, firstly, is that very little effort is being put to involve women in the field of nuclear and clean energy. And I'll be plain with you on this. Very little effort is being put together. Back at home, the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, the management of the commission, has supported the Women in Nuclear chapter, the Ghana chapter. And basically, this is a chapter that goes out to solicit for support towards involving ladies and younger women in the field of nuclear. Very often, you find them going to the schools. We have lots of senior high schools, which are normally girl-driven, and they get these ladies, they talk to them about nuclear, the essence of nuclear, the career opportunities that are in there, and through that, we are hoping that we can keep expanding the population of women in the field of nuclear. On the second level, I do see a problem with knowledge generally. If you do not know about nuclear, it doesn't make sense that you want to pick up a career in nuclear. So there is an extent of some kind of ignorance within the youth about what nuclear is, the potential of nuclear, and by virtue of that, they do not really pick up the interest in nuclear. So we are going a step further back at home to push this knowledge, to educate people and all of that. So I believe in a couple of years, the story will be much different. It will be much different. Thank you.
Thank you. I certainly hope so at Tornum. And I have to say that many people that I've met in the nuclear field, they've fallen into it. They did not know that this was an option. I myself am among them. So, Sneha?
Good morning, everyone. Really honored to be here in front of all the diverse panelists here. I think I'm the only panelist who's not from the nuclear energy background. According to my experience that I've had through my professional and educational that I've been carrying out throughout the years, I cannot just talk for the nuclear domain, but in general for the clean energy workspace, we see that there is an unconscious bias in hiring and promotion process. And there is also lack of educational activity in these underdiverse groups. So which we see that the talented youngsters don't get the benefit of being there and representing themselves over there in this workspace. And I hope in the coming years, more and more opportunities are being given to the different kinds of the wide background of the sectors from the different domain. They get an opportunity to represent there, and also first of all we need to educate them what is the importance of this domain, what is the importance that they need to learn about what nuclear energy and any other domain in general. And without that, they wouldn't understand what is the point of being here in this domain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sneha. We could pass the thank you.
Hi. So, first of all, thank you, and good morning. Yeah, so I think there is a lack of awareness, lack of knowledge, and lack of access to knowledge and opportunities that hinders a lot of diversity and inclusion. Like if I put like global north and global south, in north you have quite good access opportunities and other things, but in south you don't have that much. So a lot of people study in south and they migrate to other places as well. That's one of the things that sometimes in nuclear that doesn't get talked about. So since in your own country either program does not exist or it exists, but you find opportunities somewhere else, so that might be also one of the things that hinders diversity and inclusion. Yeah.
So something like a brain drain you're talking about?
Not entirely,
Not entirely.
But yeah, sometimes that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lucas?
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, thank you, Sarah, and I'm thankful for being here today. It's a great opportunity to showcase some of the products the Nuclear Energy Agency from the OECD has been doing on the workforce development. So thank you again for that. So the Nuclear Energy Agency has been doing many things on workforce development, but I would like to insist on what Torman mentioned in the first place, which is the gender equality issue. And the NEA has been particularly active on this issue over the last years. And this year in March 2023, we basically released a new report that is literally called Improving the Gender Balance in the Nuclear Sector. And this report is based on an impressive collection of data with 32 countries involved, more than 8,000 women also involved directly or indirectly in the report. And just to give you a little bit of insights of what is in this report, 50% of women involved in the nuclear workforce have experienced or have heard accounts of gender bias. They are on average paid less than men for an equivalent job, and they lack role models. But I think today we have a good example of women leadership, and that's a great way forward. Also, overall, within the OECD countries, women makes up to 25% of the full workforce. So this is the situation right now that is ongoing in OECD countries. And in face of that situation, the NEA has created a task force and under the steering committee. The steering committee is basically a committee that leads and that helps the NEA prioritize its work, its program of work. And this task force has put forward a policy framework that aim exactly at solving or at least starting to tackle this issue of gender balance in the nuclear sector. And this policy framework has been actually adopted on June this year, so basically 3 months after the report has been published, by 41 countries. So OECD member countries plus 3. And this policy framework is a real political commitment by governments to improve gender equality within the nuclear workforce. So I think it's important. Let me just quickly go through and conclude my remarks with some of the key recommendations that are in this report and in this policy framework. That is no political commitment by governments. So the first recommendation is to improve the outside of working hours flexibility, typically to address the impact related to the conduct of family responsibilities. And I like this personally recommendation because not only it applies to women, of course, but also to men, right? A second recommendation is to create a more inclusive workforce environment through dedicated training. Also, a third recommendation to better link compensation and performances. A fourth recommendation would have to have more regular and independent assessment of policies, and more particularly on their potential impact on unequal on genders, so the potential unequal impact on genders. And the final recommendation would be to design new tools to collect data, so typically survey, to have a better view of what's actually happening on the ground, and if the measures we're taking to answer to the challenge are actually answering to the challenge. And let me conclude very briefly with one general remark. Not only it's the right thing to do to improve gender equality within the nuclear workforce, but it's also the smart thing to do. We will have the opportunity to probably discuss that more in more detail, but the nuclear sector is facing an innovation challenge, and we will need all the brain power possible to solve this innovation challenge. And there is also a sense of timing and opportunity as we see the old nuclear workforce slowly going to retirement, and we need to replace this workforce. So there is room for more gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucas. And that report is on the NEA website, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And Gunjan?
All right. Thank you, Sarah. I'm so honored to be panelist. I couldn't get a better platform to discuss this. So about what hindrances were there in, or what I think they already have mentioned a lot about the gender gap. So I would like to focus on another subject, which is generation gap. So I was fortunate enough that because I was interested in nuclear physics, I wanted to make a career in clean energy, and so that's why I chose nuclear engineering. However, nobody in my community knew about it, that there is some course in nuclear engineering. And I was fortunate enough that in the university and further, I got good platform. However, I mean, if you look at the advertisements here in India, be it clean and nuclear energy sector or other technical sectors, they always make this one statement that women and candidates are, encouraged to participate more. So governments are making efforts that's given, and all the developing countries as well as developed countries, they do recognize that there's gender gap, and they just try to make a balance. But that balance is not always met because a lack of information. So as I did not know about that there's a career in nuclear engineering. Because of my passion, I followed that path, and I could get a platform everywhere. I was fortunate enough to explore the world and look at how it is around all over the world. And there's a drastic difference when we look towards, Asia and Europe. So that is because, first of all, information, yeah. And another thing is that, when I was doing engineering, I could see that other girls were choosing to go in solar energy and renewable energy because they see a clear career paths, because there are a lot of private sectors in these sectors, and nuclear energy is controlled by government. So they do not see, they're not very sure that they'll get a career, because it's always hard to get into the government jobs. I'm talking about countries like India, Ghana, where nuclear sector is completely controlled by government. So it's hard to make a career. And I would tell you that most of my friends, they moved out and they are in Europe and America. So the workforce moved out. So developing countries has this one issue. Even if they want to, most of the talents goes out. So we need to address that. If we want, it's every country's responsibility to build a cleaner workforce, not just developed countries. Every country's response, and especially India, because we have the most populated country tag in the world. So we need to build this clean force. So the generation gap. So young generation these days, it's a lot more enthusiastic about making a change and tackle the climate change, and they are activists, they are putting up everything on social media, and they're trying to do whatever they can do in their hand. But when it comes to decision making, if you look at the decisions, young generation are going to be affected most. The decisions we make today are going to affect them most. However, they are not given the platform where they are heard. Decision making is always, if you look at the nuclear workforce, only 15% of the workforce is less than 30 years. So that's this generation gap, and they are not involved in the decision making. So I believe that we should also address this challenge and just try to reduce the generation gap and encourage more young people to include in these kind of decisions where their future, their clean energy future is going to,
Excellent point. Thank you very much, Gunjan. Siddharth?
Hello. Good morning, all of you. And first of all, thank you, Sarah, for inviting NIYGN. And I'm extremely excited to represent Duke Energy and NIYGN at this conference. Most of the points covered by the panelists here are completely true. And expanding on that, I would say there's a lack of awareness, definitely, but there's a lack of outreach as well to underrepresented groups and communities, because you do need to tap those resources where people don't even know about nuclear. Being from India, if I tell somebody in my family or relatives that I'm a nuclear engineer, they assume it has something to do with weaponry, not even energy. So that's a level of lack of awareness. So this is something that can be focused on to educate people and tell them about the miracles of nuclear energy and what it ensues. But another thing is when we have a lack of role models from underrepresented groups, people from those marginalized groups, if they don't see people from their group or similar groups in a leadership position or a really technical position, then it might deter them, or they might even not know what they don't know at that point. So if they have a role model that they can relate to, it's going to be awesome for them. It's going to be a motivator for them to pursue a career in this and learn more about it. And as Gunjan said, educational disparity is definitely real. When I was doing my bachelor's here, nuclear engineering was not even an option. I couldn't see that anywhere. And even to this day, you won't find that kind of concentration in engineering in a lot of colleges. So expanding on that, if nuclear energy or nuclear engineering can be a separate module for engineering, it'll be huge, because India produces a lot of engineers, and that'll be a big pathway for them. And as we've heard about the unconscious bias, that's definitely real. That is something every company can double down on, and then they can have more programs for diversity and inclusion and training programs, like a monthly training program or a refresher. So they are actively aware of these things that happen, and they can make an active effort to not to get away from unconscious bias. And even after all these things, we spread the word about nuclear energy, get everybody included, we still need to foster an inclusive environment. So these are the things. I haven't been in nuclear for a long time, but these are things that I've felt, and my family has been in nuclear, and they felt it as well. So it's not talked about a lot, but it's definitely real. So
Thank you very much, Siddharth. Excellent points. Annette?
Yeah, maybe I'll come at it from a bit of a different angle. And my experience in the sector, I've come into the energy sector. I'm also not a nuclear background, so we're in good company, Sneha. But I have worked in the energy sector through the public sector for quite some time, and I'd say my experience working in this space is really shaped by my identity as a woman and a mother. So, when I think about persistent barriers, earlier in my career, I really found it, difficult to find a seat at the table. That was a persistent challenge in a field that is traditionally dominated by men. When I entered the sector, more than 15 years ago, the underrepresentation was a very real issue. It continues to be, although I am very encouraged to have male colleagues on the panel, really signal the issues around gender equality. That's an encouraging step, but we have a ways to go. Another point I'll make is, early in my career, I struggled to balance caregiver duties with my job. I did often miss out on opportunities. And so those were some barriers to my career, and it took me a long time to work hard, and often had to work harder than my male colleagues to get where I am. And I unfortunately found a bit of a backslide with the pandemic, when many women, including myself, were forced to balance caregiver duties with a full-time job, teaching our children in the background. Many people saw our children in our backgrounds while we were on Zoom calls. And I think both anecdotally and studies have already shown the persistent barriers that women faced during the pandemic. I think we don't quite yet understand the lasting impacts that will have, globally, but on the energy sector in particular. And finally, a few of my colleagues on the panel have already mentioned this. As I've become more entrenched in equity, diversity, inclusion work in the energy sector, I've really come to understand that my position as a white woman in the sector is different than a black woman or a South Asian man, and it's really important to understand that intersectionality and the persistent barriers that marginalized communities face in the sector, and it's really incumbent upon all of us to work together to reduce those barriers. So I'll stop
Thank you,
there.
Annette. That's an excellent point. And so I would like to go to our next question. And this is relating to either your employer or your professional organization, if you're part of one. How do you believe that your organization has demonstrated a commitment to the growing clean energy workforce of the future? And can you provide some examples and the impact that these efforts have had? Archana?
Yeah. So it's no deniable fact that human resource is key to every project, particularly nuclear power programs and projects. We at the Ghana Atomic Energy in 2006 established the Graduate School for Nuclear and Allied Sciences. It was the first in the sub-region, and over the years it has churned out so many graduates, PhD, MPhils, and these people at the moment are experts. Some also work within the Ghana Nuclear Power Program and also the project, and also with the regulatory body. So I believe that was a very good step in establishing the school. Moving on, this year, with the support of the United States government, particularly the Department of Energy, we did launch the Clean Energy Training Center. And I'm so excited about this because it literally refocuses from the top level management, from the PhDs, MPhils, and brings it down to skill development. And I believe that is what is needed actively when it comes to the work on the ground the construction of the plants, and other key areas. And basically, that is us also ensuring that the public can get a bite of this big nuclear power cake. And I believe that is a very good step. And I must also mention, this Clean Energy Training Center is not something just for the country Ghana, it's for the sub-region. It extends beyond to the whole Africa. And basically, everyone is invited. I know at the moment we've started virtual lessons, and we are having close to 18 of them from started this year, February, runs through to next year, February. And hopefully next year, too, we'll come out with a new package that we're currently putting together with the help of the US government. So in a nutshell, I think there's a lot more we can do, but we've also done a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you, Etanam. Sneha?
I've been part of IEEE for a few years now. During my PhD, I was part of IEEE. It's one of the world's biggest technical organization with more than 430,000 community members in more than 190 countries. And the motto itself of the IEEE is advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. So we are trying to get the engineers and all the technologists who are working in different domains. We are getting in expertise from the different domains to work towards this clean energy workspace. We understand what is the importance of the clean energy workspace for the future. And IEEE is trying to have different initiatives such as, first, before tackling such kind of problem, people need to understand the importance of this problem. So we are trying to educate our community members through internships, through panel forums, or some educational activities within IEEE, so that they can develop some skills in this area. And I think education awareness is very important at the beginning, before tackling the problem. And there are several other initiatives. For example, it might be related to the climate change initiative, where we are getting in expertise from the different domain. For example, I'm from the dielectrics and electrical insulation background. There are people from geospace. It can be several other backgrounds. We have more than 47 technical societies. It can be from the computer domain, how we are continuously contributing in this domain. So IEEE has been giving platform to all the youngsters to be working towards this. And I can talk for myself. 6 months back, I was not even aware that something like this existed. I think we need to have more. There are a lot of things happening. It's just that the message is not reaching out there to the youngsters that such kind of things is happening. For example, regarding nuclear engineering, how they said, I didn't even know that there was an engineering in this field, right? Because all we have is electronics and communication, computer science are the most highlighted ones. These kind of domains are not really highlighted and talked about. So we need to give more awareness in this domain to the youngsters out there and tell them why is it important to get involved and how can they contribute in the future towards this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sneha. Pratik?
Hi. So in Generation Atomic, we have a program called Building Bridges that we started around, I think, a couple of years back. And one of the things that we do in that program is to train people as an atomic ambassador. What that means is training people who have who likes to advocate for clean energy. So we train them, and then we let them do outreach on behalf of us, so that they can go into their own communities and spread the word about clean energy and nuclear energy as well. So one of the things from this Atomic Ambassadors program has been done is in Nigeria, where atomic ambassadors that was trained went to local schools and distributed and talked about nuclear energy, distributed materials about nuclear energy and basics of it, and talked with students in several different schools. So that has made some key benefits in that particular schools where many people are now know that nuclear is an option to go for career, and it's helping us environmentally and for climate change. So that's one of the fruitful things which has also been supported by US Department of Energy as well. So thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you. And Lucas?
Thank you. So regarding NEA commitment to growing the nuclear workforce, first of all, two remarks. So the talent base within the nuclear sector is quite thin, and this is a serious issue because it clearly puts at risk the concept of nuclear renaissance that we have been hearing about. So it should be taken quite seriously if we want to reach the goal that the nuclear sector has, and at the end to reach net zero as well. The second point is that it's not a new issue, and developing an adequate workforce for nuclear is a long-lasting challenge. This translates into we will have to rely on old and new innovative solutions to deploy the next workforce for nuclear. Actually, the NEA identified three main gaps in the nuclear workforce. The first one would be we need new tools to build an appropriate nuclear skill capacity. A second gap is the transfer of knowledge, and Gunjan, you mentioned the generation gap, so I think it's quite it echoes that quite well. And the third challenge is a technical innovation that nuclear will need to solve some of the challenges it faces. To answer those challenges, the NEA, the Nuclear Energy Agency, created in 2019 a new framework that is called the Nuclear Education Skills and Technology Framework. And it's basically a joint undertaking under the NEA with both private and public institutions. Today it regroups 10 countries, 50 organizations, and there are more than 200 fellows that are participating in this framework. Its focus is very much on multinational research and training projects for promising students and PhDs and young professionals. So for students, it goes from master degree to PhD. And the aim, the way it wants to answer the challenges in the workforce, in the nuclear workforce, is to increase the links between universities, academics, research, and industries. Today, the NEST framework has 6 projects, which are very diverse in their scope, and Assistant Secretary Huff mentioned in her keynote remarks the diversity of the workforce that will be needed in nuclear sector, and I think the diversity of projects within NEST reflect that well. There is, for example, one project on H2 containment for nuclear safety, one on advanced robotics for nuclear decommissioning, and another one on SMRs. And if I want to be very specific here on SMRs, the project on SMRs has a very broad scope, and it aims to raise awareness and to prepare the next generation to tackle some of the key challenges in SMRs, which goes from engineering to economics to spent fuel management to societal issues, so all of that. And very concretely, in May of this year, a 1-week-long course program has been offered to fellows that are participating to this project specifically, where they had to work on challenges that we will face when we discuss microreactor deployment. And I believe this 1-week course has been hosted by the Idaho National Lab in the US, but I will need to confirm that. But yeah, so that was the NEA has been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Gunjan?
Yeah, so I'm representing 2 organizations here. First, my employer, Atkins. Atkins is an energy consultancy. They have now started a new business, which is net zero business, and they are recruiting very actively people and diversifying their projects, including decarbonomics and developing tools like industrial decarbonization tools, which helps industries to gauge into how much they are emitting carbons and the possibilities to reduce that. And they are helping countries like UK and Middle East countries to meet their climate clean energy goals. So there are a lot of a multitude of projects which are coming up, and we are putting a lot of efforts to recruit a diverse workforce. And I'm proud that Atkins is a company which is very inclusive, and they have a lot of ED&I related programs where they support women and communities which are most affected by climate change. So they try to include workforce from the vulnerable communities. So I see a great effort from my employer Atkins to meet the clean energy, to be part of that impact making thing. Another organization I'm representing is Women in Nuclear Global and Women in Nuclear Young Generation, and it is I'm more active in the Women in Nuclear Young Generation organization, which is outstanding. I see the energy in the young people, where we are girls from all over the world, and from Philippines to Cuba to Europe, and the energy is so high, and we try to we understand our responsibility to meet the clean energy goals. So we try to organize activities which we can do, which is outreach, So we, which is, I will focus on these things. So we generate and provide opportunities, learning, development and learning opportunities, so IEA keeps organizing many events, but which we are not aware of, which, girls are not aware of. So we try to post all those opportunities on the platform and make it accessible to the underrepresented groups. So, and activities like where they are heard, platform debates on gender balance and clean energy, and how women in nuclear energy, especially like their expertise in radiation, the expertise in nuclear energy. So these kind of debates, it's all the sole purpose is to meet the clean energy goals. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And Sid?
So I'm representing Duke Energy and NAYGN here. So I'm going to start with NAYGN. We have 15,000 members, and we have about 120 chapters all across the continent. And on the local chapter level, we're starting from the schools. We are doing essay contests, drawing contests. We've got these children books, nice stories about children and how they. So we're trying to make them learn very early on, and we are reaching out to universities and colleges, even though they might not have a nuclear program, but we are still trying to get chapters involved there on the local level. And one of the biggest things is we provide a big platform for networking and growing your professional connections. So that helps every individual that participate with us. But since I've done most of the work I've done is on local level, I would take this opportunity and redirect this to Matt, our NAYGN president, because I don't want to miss the continental stuff we're doing. So.
Yeah, so for NAYGN, we also have a career report. So every 2 years, we talk to our members, we get their feedback on what are the issues you're having and how can we fix that. And rather than just give the problems, we work with the industry to address solutions. So people were feeling burnt out after COVID. They were feeling like they were overworked. So what can we do as an industry to address those problems, to fix those retention issues as well? And he said starting at the schools is the main issue, right? So having these programs and having mentorship programs as well. So we have Atomic Mentorship Program. We have Nuke Leaders Program. These are professional development opportunities that we offer as well, just to keep people engaged, to keep them aware of the broader issues. They're fighting climate change, and just being part of these clean energy ministerials, COP28, these clean energy meetings, it lets people see the broader picture that they're going into work and they're actually fighting climate change. So you're not just a desk worker, you're not just a draftsman, you are addressing the problems of today. So that's really what we're trying to do as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. Yes. Annette?
Yes, thank you. And maybe I'll focus my remarks around the two initiatives that you highlighted in my bio. So these are initiatives under the Clean Energy Ministerial that really focus on the human aspects, the people-centered aspects of the clean energy transitions, which we all know is really critical to reaching our net zero goals. And the first one I'll speak to is a relatively newer initiative that was launched a couple of years ago called the Empowering People Initiative. That's led and co-led by Canada, the US, and the European Commission. And really the main goals of the initiative are to empower people and promote just and equitable transitions by advancing skills, inclusivity, and workforce development. It's a horizontal initiative of the Clean Energy Ministerial, so it really tries to interact with different technological initiatives of the Clean Energy Ministerial. We also have a lot of really critical collaborations with international organizations, and I'll just name one of them. That's the International Energy Agency, and we're working together to release some ongoing studies and reports that take action and ensure that all workers can benefit from new job opportunities, so really that jobs and skills for the clean energy transition space, and a couple of our panelists are working in that space. So I really see some really good opportunities for further collaboration. I also want to highlight that Canada is leading the Eco by 30 campaign. This is also a really signature initiative of the Clean Energy Ministerial that we're quite proud of. And really, Eco by 30 is a global commitment by both public and private sector organizations to work towards equal pay, equal leadership, and equal opportunities for women in the sector by 2030. Really, through this campaign, we're bringing together leaders from across the energy sector to create meaningful change. We've actually hit our 5-year anniversary this year, and we have a gender equality event tomorrow that I'd like to invite everyone to highlight that milestone. But essentially, we've now reached over 200 organizations, whether it be public, private, international organizations that are working together to advance the participation of women. I'm very pleased to highlight that the nuclear sector is actually very well represented in this campaign. There are over 22 organizations that are a member of Eco by 30, which I think is very telling that the nuclear sector is really paying attention to these issues. And really, I want to encourage any organization that hasn't joined Eco by 30 to join us. I think there are some really opportunities with some of the folks on this panel to collaborate further. So I'll just end it there.
Excellent. And everybody check that out. Thank you very much, Annette. So this is my favorite question. I only have 2 more questions. And this one, I'm going to ask everybody to imagine that you're in an elevator. 2 different elevators, I suppose. You're in an elevator first with somebody entering the field, and then conversely, somebody who's a decision maker, like a manager. What advice would you give somebody entering the field, and conversely, what advice would you give to a manager seeking to hire with a focus on diversity inclusion? So imagine it's your elevator pitch, both to somebody entering the field and your elevator pitch to a decision maker looking to hire with a focus on diversity and inclusion. Eternam?
It's interesting because a couple of years ago, I found myself in a very similar situation. And I entered the nuclear field not too long ago, basically. For me, the bench line is the willingness to learn, a teachable spirit. Because I strongly feel the field of nuclear is highly dynamic. Things are changing so fast every time, and you should be ready to pick up and learn. I sit on a flight, the person next to me, we start a conversation, and he gets to know I work with the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. And straight away, he starts with the questions. What's up with nuclear? Nuclear is so bad. You should be ready to respond to these things. And that is what I mean by the willingness to learn. You should have the information ready. You should arm yourself and be ready to respond. I think the key question after my submission is, how do you gauge a person's willingness to learn? Because it's not something necessarily written on the person's face when you're at an interview with the individual. But I think opportunities such as internships, where you could understudy the young lad with you, could give you a very good idea of the person's willingness to learn. And that is my viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eternam. And Snehal, what would your elevator pitches be?
I think I'm going to be just a bit more general because, as I said, once I was done with my PhD, I was not sure if I'm going to continue with the IEEE. I was just a student member. So there's this an opportunity that comes up. So I was like, there's nothing to lose. You should apply for it. The worst case is you'll get rejected. They cannot be worse than that, right? So I was selected to be a part of Europe representative of one of the technical societies. So this is where it started, the point that one person who recognizes your ability, right? And then you keep networking with people. You get a lot of networking opportunities. You go to conferences and events in the industries, and people see, you feel that you're doing a lot of work, and but the thing is, people do notice the kind of work that you're doing. It's just that you need to go out there and say it out that I want to be part of this, I want to do this. Until and unless you say that, hey, I'm interested to work in this domain, the opportunity is not going to come to you, say that, hey, do you want to do this? No, you have to go out there and not to be shy and say that, okay, I'm just going to wait for the next few years. Maybe this is not the right time. It's never the right time. You should just go out there and say that, hey, I'm interested in this, I'm going to do this. So after this first opportunity, people in the networking events, they saw that, okay, maybe we should take her in some other technical societies. Even though I didn't have the expertise, they thought that a fresh point of view might be very interesting to have in our committee, because people be working in the same technical society, but when you're hiring someone from other background, maybe you'll have a fresh perspective that you had from the other background. Maybe you might not know all the technical points that is happening around, but that is the thing, right? So I would like to say youngsters that take part of all the networking opportunities that you have, and not to be shy, and just put yourself out there, and I'm sure they'll get a lot of opportunities.
And for a hiring manager, what would your pitch be?
Wow. Hiring manager. That's a good question. I've never been in that position, so that's a bit difficult to say. I think they need to be a bit more open-minded in terms of all the expertise that they have and the people that they are hiring in their team, and not sure what else.
That's absolutely fine. Look, as you said, somebody said you might have a different perspective. You might have a fresh perspective.
Yes,
so
yes.
be open-minded.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Pratik?
Yes, as someone who wants to enter, it's nowadays we are having nuclear renaissance, so everywhere almost in world nuclear is picking pace, and everyone wants to construct reactors or at least do some research on it. So it's good time to join nuclear industry, basically. So and also one of the good thing is nuclear lasts long. So you, from the practical side, it's basically you have employment for longer time as well. So and also you're helping for climate change as well. So one of that thing, and youth nowadays wants to do something related to climate. So there is that. And for hiring manager, I think one more thing for the candidates, maybe if you have any technical background or any communications background, everyone is welcome these days, because as I said, nuclear renaissance is happening. So we need people from each and every background, and each and everyone can fit in their place, and also be open, because you never know what role you might get after a couple of years, because it's a vast field. And for hiring managers, open to new people from different backgrounds, be willing to accept them. That's about it, really. Yeah,
Thank you, Pratik. And Lucas?
Thank you. So for a newcomer in the nuclear industry, I want them to realize how exciting it is to work for the nuclear energy sector. There are three, I think, good reasons, very good reasons to work for nuclear. First of all, and it was mentioned already, working for nuclear is to actively work to fight against climate change. And that's undoubtedly one of the biggest challenges of this generation. Today, nuclear is the second largest source of clean electricity worldwide after hydro. And not only we will need more nuclear in the future, but we'll need much, much more nuclear in the future. So Assistant Secretary Huff mentioned some of the order of magnitude we will need. So the US, it's between 500 and 700 gigawatt electric of firm power, and some of that will be new. I think we have to double the nuclear capacity worldwide by 2050. Actually, the Nuclear Energy Agency also estimates that we can triple the deployed nuclear capacity by 2050 from 400 gigawatt electric to something like 1,200 gigawatt electric. And that's quite an exciting perspective, that there is a lot of work to do. And not only it's reproducing what has been done in the past, but there is a huge nuclear can contribute to tackling climate change. The first is to promote long-term operation, so extending lifetime of existing nuclear. A second channel is to build new large-scale reactor, and then the third challenge is to promote SMRs, small modular reactor, and the fourth is to promote non-electrical applications. So although we might have an idea of how doing first and two pillars, the third and fourth pillar, SMRs and non-electrical applications, are brand new, and a path needs to be charted in those areas. So there is also a huge innovation challenge that can be quite appealing for a new generation. And third of all, and I think here this panel is a good example of that, international sector is quite international as well. The nuclear sector is quite international as well. So I think that can be also quite appealing for the new generation. So my advice in very concrete terms is try it. Try having a career in nuclear energy, and no matter what is your background, and whether you think you have the right diploma, we need a huge amount of new skills, not only engineering skills. So just have a go, have a try. And I would have the same advice in channels where you are used to recruit your workforce and try new profiles from economics to social sciences and, of course, engineers and specialists. Thank you.
Excellent advice. Thank you, Lucas. And Gunjan?
Yeah, so I have been asked this question actually many times on LinkedIn, and by young people in college who want to make a career after finishing their college. And also I've given a session to school students on how to make a career in nuclear energy. And yeah, so it was not a pitch, but a long discussion. But at the end, the most asked question was, will be able to make a career in nuclear energy, a stable career in nuclear energy? So that's a question, and that is always, there's a doubt about it in young people's mind, that will they have a surety on this, that they will be able to make a nuclear career. So I will pitch it that way, that nuclear is a very international field. If not in your country, you'll definitely get an opportunity out there, and anywhere. If you make an innovation in my country or another country, this is the impact is global. So so please join the field, and you're we know that clean energy is the climate change, the most pressing problem, and we need clean energy, and we need workforce to join the movement. And for the recruiters, I would say that just do not do the talk, right? Implement it. So many times there are unconscious biases, So I would say that please provide unconscious bias trainings to your hiring managers. Be open to the students or young people who do not have experience necessarily, but provide them adequate training as they are looking for the opportunity. And which happens in nuclear, that they look for experienced people. So how about recruiting new people and provide them some training, and then make them, and necessarily if you're recruiting them, make them part of the high-profile projects, which happens that there's the unconscious exclusion from the high-profile projects, but young people want to be part of that. So I would advise them to recruit them, provide them a very inclusive work environment, and make them part of the high-profile projects.
Thank you very much, Gunjan. That's excellent. And Siddhartha?
So if I meet a stranger in an elevator, I would ask them, do you want to work with super smart people, make a lot of money, and save the planet at the same time? I mean, who can say no to that? So, but on a serious note, I would say my advice would be explore and educate yourself, learn about the industry, learn about new technologies, how clean energy is the future, and how and why it is important. Next thing would be just seeking appropriate educational programs, certifications, so like you can get your foot in the door, because once you get in, there's like huge possibilities. It's just not nuclear physics. It's so much more.
Absolutely.
So just get your foot in the door, and nobody's gonna stop you to like do what you want. Network, seek mentorships. If you come to conferences like this, like you can meet people, and there's so many mentorship programs like we have at NAYGN. It's free, so I'm pretty sure other organizations have the same thing. So network, seek mentorships, talk to people. Try to gain practical experience, even if it's like a free, unpaid internship or apprenticeship. Definitely, that gets your foot in the door. So once you're in, you're in. So, and definitely be adaptable and open to new kind of learning, new techniques, because our industry is changing. There's SMRs coming up. We were talking about fusion in the last NAYGN conference and how they've just done it, and they're trying to work on the economic feasibility of it. So like that might be the future. Who knows? So new things are coming. In terms of, I wouldn't say it would be a pitch to a hiring manager. It'd be more of an advice where, I feel like this should be like it should be in the US 10 CFR, that it should be like a federal law where you should have like inclusive hiring practices. You should have diversity and inclusion trainings for people who hire, who are in the HR department or who are the hiring managers. They should go through the training and refreshers every couple months to like eliminate the unconscious bias. But other things is they should not just limit their search to like a certain group. They should reach out to the underrepresented groups as well. For example, me as an international student, I had a lot of problem getting into the energy sectors because of the federal laws, but that is something that, this only pertains to the US, but that's something that we can change, because US is missing out on a huge amount of talent just because they won't hire international students because of security clearances. So those are the things that if the regulators work on that, it's going to be a win-win for everybody. So
thank you for, go ahead.
That's all. And again, once again, like once you get everybody in, you still have to have that inclusive culture. You gotta provide more career opportunities for the underrepresented people once they're in. You gotta provide mentorship programs. You gotta identify what is the group we need to focus more on. So that's my take.
Thank you very much for the insight, Sid. Annette?
Thanks. You invoked a really an image that really kind of resonated to me, because I think if I was walking into an elevator, I'd almost picture myself, my younger self, and I'd say, to Annette, younger Annette, take the seat at the table, because no one is going to give it to you. And that my comments are similar, I think, to Sneha's in that way that, you really have to take those opportunities. I think also I'd say to myself or another young woman, and myself early in my career, I suffered from imposter syndrome and didn't know, it didn't kind of believe in myself in the way that I think I should have. And so I would tell myself or young women to really believe in yourself, to have that confidence that you do have contributions to make, and your contributions, the future of the clean energy workforce really depend on it. So, that's my advice to my younger self or to young women or to my daughters even, who I hope look at the sector for opportunities. I am a hiring manager, so I can provide some advice, and I have been working in equity, diversity, and inclusion and learning in this space quite a bit as well. And I think it's really important to understand what we call positionality, so how your race, gender, your influence, your position of power can really influence your decisions, and how they can infiltrate the way that you hire and recruit new candidates, and how maybe unconscious bias, and we've talked about that a bit here, can creep into your hiring practices. So you have to be really conscious of that. And I think also we've talked about this as well. Representation really matters. People need to see themselves in this sector. There's a lot of work to be done there, but at the same time, we really need to think about inclusion. So we can get all of the people in the door, but if they don't feel a sense of belonging in the sector, we will have failed in that sense. I think there's a really critical analogy to illustrate a kind of diversity, equity, and inclusion or belonging. Diversity is being invited to the dance. Equity is how much space on the floor you get to take up, and belonging is being able to choose the music. And I really think that creating those safe and positive spaces are really critical. Again, the future of our sector depends on creating that safe space.
Thank you so much, Annette. And so the last question, and if we can give just 1-minute answers, if you can. How do you think that nuclear stakeholders can more effectively communicate the value of nuclear energy to non-nuclear audiences? And we have a couple of non-nuclear people on the panel, including community members. And what do you think has worked, and what can we do better?
Okay, so let me provide a very brief context. In the first phase of the Ghana Nuclear Power Program, we conducted a nationwide survey, and the results were quite interesting. We realized people were not necessarily opposed to nuclear. It was that they didn't even know what nuclear was in the first place. And I believe that offered a unique opportunity to us working in the Ghana Nuclear Power Program to rewrite the narrative. Basically, we are going to now start the story with how industrialized the US and the Japan is by virtue of nuclear power, but not rather starting the story with the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the likes. So my argument here is simple. You need to go with a concentrated benefits approach, where you let them know that this is where you stand to benefit from nuclear, and you have to make that message very clear by drawing lines of similarities. So if you engage in a youth, clearly the youth is interested in career opportunities. So you start off by letting them know that you could develop a career path in these fields, and it's well paid. If you engage in other community members, especially where you most likely may want to site a nuclear power plant, you could let them know of the social benefits that come with it and from which their community could benefit from. There are a lot more, but with the understanding of 1 minute, I'll pass the mic now. Thank you.
Thank you, Atarnam. Sneha?
I think I agree with the first panelist. In general, if you're taking up anything, the people try to find what is my benefit of being in this domain, right? So it is very important to be very transparent, and the information that you're communicating to the audience. For example, me being in the non-nuclear audience, I would like to know what are the benefits of being in this non-nuclear energy domain, and what are the success stories. And for example, it can be combating climate change. It would be very informative if you're, let's say, sharing your success stories or some of the case studies that can help give the audience a clear picture of why you're in this domain, in the nuclear energy domain, right? So it can be continuous improvement of your communication strategies, or also the two panelists, how they have mentioned that you're starting right from when the students are young in the high school, giving them an idea of why there is an importance of awareness among the youngsters. You start from there and they have an idea of, okay, this is very important to us, to everyone, nuclear energy domain. And yeah, I think the awareness is very important among the people right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what we have found in Generation Atomic is local outreach is very important for advocating nuclear and for people to know about nuclear. So, and a lot of communication, these two things. And then also in general in international space, since we have quite a limited like span of attention, it's good to put some things on social media and highlight few bits of details. So not all technical, but make it so that people can understand. So for example, like 10 grams of nuclear fuel can power like 10 weeks of your life in United States, and 10 gram is like how much? It's a little bit. So if you put technical details into and say it in a non-technical way so that everyone can understand and see the benefits of it, then people hang on to it and understand, oh yeah, it's good for us. So that has been worked well for us so far, and hopefully it will be beneficial for everyone in future too.
So to make analyses that are more accessible to policymakers and non-nuclear audiences at the heart of the Nuclear Energy Agency's mission. And we try to answer that mission by providing insightful and clear messages based on the evidence-based, of course. And I have two examples of that. The first one is the climate change report I mentioned already. We have two important messages already mentioned. We need 1,200 gigawatts nuclear by 2050. The message is quite simple and easy to understand by anybody. There are 4 ways nuclear can help tackling climate change: long-term operation, large-scale nuclear, SMRs, non-electrical applications. Easy to understand. And again, it shows that there are interesting and exciting perspectives in the nuclear sector. It also shows that we are quite late in tackling those new ways nuclear can help. So we need to accelerate. The other example I have is the NEA SMR dashboard, which basically proposes an innovative way to assess progress toward deployment for small modular reactors. The picture on SMRs can be quite confusing today. There are more than 90 designs that are being pursued throughout the world. And the NEA SMR dashboard is a new product that basically assesses the progress towards 6 new areas. We collected hundreds of pages of references, and we summarized all this data in visuals to help policymakers and non-nuclear audience to understand where do different designs stand in terms of progress toward development. And we think that this report, I mean, it has been quite impactful so far, well received by both experts and non-experts, and it's the most downloaded report in the recent history of the NEA. So we're trying, so maybe the key message is try to have simple messages, always evidence-based, of course, but simple messages everybody can understand, and that basically shows that the nuclear sector is facing important and exciting challenges.
Thank you.
Okay, when we talk about nuclear to non-nuclear audiences, the first thing come to their mind is a bomb or nuclear accident, right? So there's a stigma attached to the nuclear through movies, Hollywood movies, or there's so they do not necessarily know about the civilian uses of nuclear energy. And when I tell them that 1 kg of uranium is equivalent to 2.7 million kgs of coal, they are stunned. They do not know about it. So there's always a stigma attached to nuclear energy. So we need to address this. We should not shy away from addressing the questions the concerns related to the nuclear safety and the radiation hazards, we should address them with the facts and put emphasis on how much we challenge, how effectively these challenges are addressed at a nuclear power plant. And then we should focus on the nuclear energy's low carbon benefits and its role in addressing climate change, which, as we all know, that nuclear energy has to be a part of the clean energy resources pool, because we cannot rely only on renewable energy. We need nuclear for the baseload power. And then what we have done so far is that now the perspective definitely has been changing through LinkedIn and posts like visuals. They are getting to know about the how much important is nuclear energy, and the concern how effectively the challenges are being tackled so far. And only 3 nuclear accidents have been there, but since it's nuclear radiation, so they are so popular. So what has worked here? We need to put a lot of posts, because social media is one of the fantastic platform to address and to put up words about the usefulness of nuclear energy. And we should engage with wide range of stakeholders and including youth, to create a more inclusive dialogue. And what we can do better is that we can address public concerns more proactively, and providing clear and data-driven responses, which always works. Like visuals always work. And we can expand our outreach efforts to reach diverse audiences through digital and creative content.
Thank you.
So a lot of times we, as nuclear professionals, sound kind of robotic when we're trying to tell stats to non-nuclear audiences. I would say we should attach a little bit more emotion, talk about how the climate change would affect our upcoming generations, because we got to take care of that too. So that should be, I would say, the message should be framed accordingly to touch the community as well. But we do need to find out ways to engage with communities efficiently. Just contact local organizations, contact the local leaders, and it's easier that way to spread the news. Contact students. That's the best way, because that's the upcoming generation. And another thing is the big thing right now is we need to address the nuclear waste and how we're safely managing it. For example, in Canada, they're building repositories, but they reached out to indigenous populations and told them, had an open dialogue and told them how it's going to benefit everyone. And I think 22 communities reached back, and they wanted repositories in their area. So it's just reaching out and having an open dialogue, a heartfelt dialogue with a little bit of emotion in it,
Thank you very much. Excellent point. And last response.
Yeah,
Annette.
and I'll keep it extra brief, because I know that we're all trying to get to other events. But maybe I'll link my comments back to my previous comments about inclusivity. And I do have the advantage of being someone who is outside the nuclear industry and working kind of closely. And I've worked with a lot of different subsectors on the equity, diversity, inclusion questions and issues. And I'd say that actually the nuclear industry, although a ways to go, is actually doing quite well in this area. And I think that's your competitive advantage. And I think in terms of attracting new talent, I think you really need to raise awareness about the work that the nuclear industry is doing to advance equity, diversity, and inclusion, that you're an employer of choice. And that you still have a ways to go, but this is a place to bring in all talent and all all different employees from all different kinds of backgrounds. So I think that it's an advantage. It's an area of work that the nuclear industry is doing well in, but you need to further raise awareness about the work that this industry is doing in that area. I'll leave it there, and back over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Annette. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we unfortunately did start a little bit late. And so what I'm going to suggest is that our exceptional panel here will also be at our event at 4:45 in Ballroom 1. We'll be having a social and networking event with refreshments. So I do encourage you to come check that out. And once again, we'll be in Ballroom 1. Everybody here, well, not everybody, but many of the panelists will have booths or tables, and you'll have an opportunity to check out some of literature and some of the swag that they brought. And then we will also have the Megawatt card game. There'll be a couple tables, so if you've not played that game, come check it out. We've got a couple of those as well, so it should be a good time. And so I want to thank everyone for coming. I want to thank our esteemed panelists. You guys did a great job. Thank you so much for coming prepared and for sharing all of your experiences and your thoughts. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Do a little announcement because the rooms are booked back to back for various sessions, and the lunch started a little late. We are starting at 1:20, but I think I'll start with the introductions, and as people gather back for lunch, I think we'll be ready with the panel. Can we have one more? Or should I wait a minute? Or? Okay, we can start. Okay. So thank you everyone who can join us after the lunch session, which is always a tricky session to have. But we expect the room to fill up within the next 5 minutes. So welcome all of you. On behalf of the International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology, many of whom you know by the name iForest, I would like to welcome you all to this event at the 14th Clean Energy Ministerial that we are holding today. My name is Shrestha Banerjee. I'm the director of the India Just Transition Center, which is a flagship initiative of iForest. And it is my privilege to introduce you all to this timely deliberation that we are holding, also on the sidelines of the G20. It's a very full time in Goa. Before I move on to the panel, I would like to briefly give a little introduction of iForest, because some of you know us, but some of you don't know us. So, we are a New Delhi-based organization, but we call ourselves that we are deeply rooted in subnational work, because we feel that is the place where many changes will happen and many work has to be done. Therefore, we are working across various states in India, but eastern region of the country remains a key area of our engagement. We are an environmental research and innovation think tank, and Just Energy Transition remains one of our core initiatives in this regard. Now, with that note, I think I would like to introduce you to our esteemed panelists who are joining us from particularly the states of our very esteemed guest in the alphabetical order of the states. So first and foremost, please join me in welcoming Mr. Bibhu Bhuiya, who is the Managing Director of Assam Power Generation Corporation Limited. Welcome, Mr. Bhuiya. Please, come on. Mr. Mahendra Kumar, who is the Director of Bihar Renewable Energy Development Agency. Mr. Jitendra Kumar Singh, who is the Secretary, Department of Industries, Government of Jharkhand. Welcome, sir. And finally, Mr. Gagan Bihari Swain, who is the Director of Gridco Limited of Orissa. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce my fellow colleagues who will be part of the panel today. Pictures are already on the slides. So a very warm welcome to Manvi Singh, who is the Director of our Energy Program at iForest. And Mr. Chandrabhushan, who is the President and CEO of iForest, and who will be moderating the panel today. Just to tell you that our Just Transition program and energy transition, we are working in a very integrated manner. And the reason today we are here at the CEM is because we are looking for solutions that can help to take this energy transition agenda forward in an inclusive manner, not in some parts of India, but in all parts of India. Because we work with the vision that the transition that is happening, it should be an inclusive one, and it should have net positive outcomes in terms of environmental, in terms of social aspects, as well as economic aspects. With that, I'll leave the floor to the panelists and to Chandrabhushan. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrestha, and good afternoon, everyone. As Shrestha said, this panel discussion is actually to discuss the sub-regional aspect of transition. Energy transition impacts are not going to be equal or similar in different parts of India, or for that matter, in different parts of the world. Every region will have different opportunities and challenges, and this panel is going to discuss opportunities and challenges of the coal and fossil fuel region of India. which is eastern and northeastern part of India. The 4 states that are represented here, Assam is the largest producer of oil and natural gas in India. Jharkhand has the largest reserve of coal in India. It is, I think, 3rd largest producer of coal, second largest producer of coal in the country. Orissa is the 1st largest producer of coal. And Bihar, while it doesn't have major reserve of coal and oil, its entire electricity generation is based on coal. In fact, 90% of electricity generation in Bihar is based on coal. So the 4 states that are represented here actually represents the energy powerhouse of present. The question is, will they be the energy powerhouse of future? And what would be required for them to remain a dominant player in energy sector, green energy and green industry sector in this country? Otherwise, this transition will not be just. We will be asking Eastern India to close its coal mine and oil belts and thermal power plant, but we might not be setting up green hydrogen or solar or PV there. And this is what we are going to discuss today. We are going to look at the story within the larger story of what is going to be the regional impact of energy transition. With this, let me request my colleague Mandvi to give you some facts and figures on this issue.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here with just a few slides to set the context of this conversation, which CB is also kind of alluded to. Essentially, at the sort of outset, we know that India has had a remarkable clean energy growth in recent years. And we see that particularly since 2016, while the growth in the coal-based generation has sort of stabilized, the trajectory of growth that RE had has continued, and it's sort of reached 125 gigawatt of installed capacity already. But when you break it down, what becomes a little bit concerning, this commendable growth becomes a little bit concerning, is because it's highly concentrated only in a few states. The southern grid region, the states that consist of the southern grid of India, have seen the maximum installations, around 50 gigawatt of capacity, followed by the western grid region, which has 35 gigawatt of capacity roughly, and then the northern grid, which has about 27 gigawatt of capacity, which is largely Rajasthan. While, against this, when you look at the eastern and the northeastern grid states, you're really looking at 2.6 gigawatt in the eastern grid and then 0.5 gigawatt in the northeast grid. So there's a lot of catch-up to be done as far as these states are concerned. And this trend is understandable, of course, that the fact that the growth has been really driven by solar so far, and early investments, they went towards regions that offered the best economics, and also where the policies were most proactive. So it is understandable what has happened so far, but the question really is, what do we do next? If we look at it from a region's perspective, we see that and this is regions in terms of geographical regions and not really the grid, what we see is that if you combine the northeast, the east, and the northern region, so which doesn't then include Rajasthan, but includes Chhattisgarh, you're looking at 16.5 gigawatt of RE being installed across a region which has 50% of land and 60% of the country's population. So it's really a very skewed development that one is looking at. This imbalance also has to be viewed in context of the way the RE ecosystem is sort of coming up. We see that of the capacity, the new PV manufacturing capacity which is coming up in the next 3 years, 82% is essentially the RE dominant states themselves. And similarly, we see majority of the upcoming hydrogen projects, essentially green hydrogen projects, centered around Western and Southern India. And finally, this is my last slide for sort of bringing up a very important point that CB already spoke about, that we are witnessing an emergence of a new energy economy, a new energy geography, where the 7 sort of leading RE states account for 85% of the total renewable energy which has been installed, while the states that dominated the fossil fuel economy, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Assam, are really sort of left behind. Now, the implication of this transition is very serious, given that in these sort of coal-dominated states, there's a massive proportion of community and population which is dependent on coal. Now, whether it is coal mining, whether it is coal-based generation or coal-based industries or MSMEs, you need to think also about the livelihoods of the populations who would transition eventually. The fact that investments typically flow to areas where inputs are cheap and energy is a major sort of component of input, it is concerning. It is a question to be addressed. It sort of puts up, it brings into question the role that these states not only will play within the renewable energy space, but also within the next industrial growth, which is going to be green at the end of the day. So I'll stop at that, and I'll hand it over to CB, because this was the broad context in terms of some numbers and facts that I wanted to put up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madhvi. Thank you. Now, so we are now looking at some states in India that has early movers advantage, and Madhvi explained to you that some of these growths have happened because there is a perception, but there is also a reality of higher proportion of renewable energy potential in some of these states. Now, why I said perception is because if you look at the renewable energy potential estimation in the country, they are largely done based on certain thumb rules. Ground level potential estimation has not been done in large parts of this country. For example, if I'm not wrong, there has been only about 3 location wind monitoring that has happened in north, east, and northeast part of India, because there is general perception that wind potential doesn't exist there in large part of India. In solar also, the potential estimation is based on how much wasteland you have. 2% of wasteland is what is considered to estimate solar potential in India. And of course, you have large solar potential, therefore, in Rajasthan, because the desert is considered wasteland, which many ecologists would challenge, that whether the Rajasthan land is wasteland or not, or for that matter, Gujarat. And in that context, iForest did a detailed assessment of the potential of renewable energy in Odisha. And we published that report last few months back. So according to MNRE, Odisha has a potential of about 30 gigawatt, 25 to 30 gigawatt of renewable energy. But when you do ground level assessment, we found that number to be 150 gigawatts. Because MNRE assessment had not included mining wasteland, where I can use 50% of mining wasteland. I don't have to use 2% of mining wasteland for renewable energy. It had not considered water body, and Odisha had vast water bodies which are suitable for floating solar, and wind monitoring had never happened. But we found 80 sites in Odisha with wind potential. So one of the reasons why these areas are also not attracting investment is because there is a perception that they don't have renewable energy potential. And that is a big drawback that is there for these areas. Now, some of these issues we will discuss today. And I have a brilliant group of people, 2 young IS officers who are going to play a major role for next 2 decades in their states. I have veteran of electricity sector from Odisha. People generally say that if you want to know about electricity in Odisha, go to Mr. Swain. And I'm happy that you are here. And we have Mr. Bibu Bhuiya from Assam Power Generation Corporation. So he will, and by the way, Assam Power Generation Corporation is the only power generation corporation that has natural gas and hydro. Okay. So you have no coal, and you have been utilizing natural gas extensively for electricity generation. Now, the panel discussion is going to happen like this. I will have two questions. The first question, I'll request all the panelists to have about 5 minutes of intervention. And then next question, another 3 to 4 minutes. And then we will open the floor for audience Q&A. So let me start with Mr. Bhuiya first. And the question essentially is, Assam has not seen extensive renewable energy development. Okay, as I said, you're gas and hydro right now. But you are planning to do some renewable energy. So tell us something about how do you see the future of renewable energy in Assam? And what is the state's plan to scale up renewable energy in the next 5 to 7 years?
Good afternoon. I thank iForest to giving us this opportunity to talk about the potential and the status of our energy transition, especially in the eastern part of the country. While drilling down the details, it looks like things are a little grim, because it looks like as if we are going to miss out on the energy transition business. The economy is going to shift to those states. Assam has already invested about 3 gigawatt of solar projects, and then it also includes floating solars, and we are also planning for setting up green hydrogen. And green hydrogen is not about aspirational thing. Our pilot project is already running. The first pilot project of green hydrogen is running in Assam. So we are having collaboration with Oil India Limited, industry partners, and that energy transition is taking place slowly. Another two aspect is methanol. So we are having gas-based methanol. That production is going on. About 500 TPD of plant has been inaugurated already, and we are exporting those ethanol. And another component is methanol. 3 TPD methanol is coming up in NRL. It will be producing through bamboo, crushing the bamboo, so it will be again a renewable energy kind of thing. So this is another aspect of methanol is going on. Fact is, not many people are coming. The way Mr. Bhushan is saying is correct, that perception-wise, people think we don't have the potential. The potential is poor, so return is less. That's why private players are not coming, but government is taking its own initiative to set up about 3 gigawatt of power only in Assam. And another aspect is, we are not only talking about wasteland, because many area we have got agriculture opportunities there. So we are talking about agrovoltaic. We are promoting agrovoltaic system where below the PV panels, agriculture can be done. For that, suitable kind of agriculture has been identified through a regional agriculture university. And we are also collaborating with some industrial farms in Germany, how they are doing their part. So this kind of things are going on. Things will look up, and ultimately, as a eastern state, we have to catch up. We have to catch up with the rest of the countries, and we feel we'll be able to do that. With this, I pass on to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Swain, you now have a new renewable energy policy. So I'll also request you to talk about that policy. But most importantly, you actually have a major problem of captive power capacity, which is coal-based. 2/3 of Odisha's, I think, total capacity is captive power plants in heavy industries. So one, tell us a little bit about your renewable energy policy, which seems to be very ambitious. You want to install 10 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. How realistic it is, okay? And second is, how are you going to deal with captive power capacity?
Hello. Yes, hello. We started with the point when we were, planned for the renewable policy last year. The points what is highlighted by CV and Manvi, that eastern zone, the perception is that there is no potential. And second was that we are coal-based economy in the eastern region because almost all our CGPs, which is 2/3, about 12 gigawatt of power is generated from the thermal plants. And what is the grid requirement of 8 gigawatt? Almost 55% of the capacity is from the thermal, the coal-based. And balance 40% is from the renewable, but that 40% also generate because, the PLF or CUF of the generating plants in the solar and all is 20 to 30%. But if the energy content of the consumption, almost 75% from the thermal capacity. So the transition is difficult. And second is that not only perception, the CUF of those 7 states is higher, marginally higher than the state of Odisha. And it accounts for about 20 to 25% in the cost, average tariff in the renewable energy. So realizing that, we had a policy in 2016. That renewable policy could not yield result because of several developments happened post 2016, like that ISTS waiver for the power brought from those 6-7 states, and the green corridors available here, and no policy backup to generate RE energy in the state. Even as GRIDCO is the bulk procurer, the energy planner for the state, we face difficulties to take a contract, take a PPA with the state-based floating solar generators, which is having 50 to 60 paisa higher than the generated outside, because net landing cost of that power was cheaper. Regulator was not inclined to take it forward. So there was a need for several grounds to bring in the new policy. It is in the renewable energy policy for the state to cater this gap and to build up and make the renewable energy projects viable in the state. So that difference of 25% in the tariff, we wanted to build up in giving incentive and the waivers. So while we designed this, all meticulous plans went into it. A lot of discussions held with the developers, 3-4 rounds of discussions with developers, with other bodies, even also I4S we consulted when designing this, and GIJ and other consulting people also consulted. So we come to a conclusion that the differential, we need to give a delta more so that the generation in the RE will happen in the state and it will be consumed in the state. We should not be lag behind the other states. So there is demand and supply side, both sides we also worked. In the supply side, to attract the generators, we have given the incentives like ED exemption, cross-subsidy exemptions, transmission charges waiver, and lot many things. Land also we have given for the floating solar, not to give the IPR rates, to give only 2% of the IPR value for year. So that they will not upfront invest, they will also spend over the period. So a lot of incentive which will be having benefit over any generator outside the state will more than 1 rupees and plus. So they will have a net benefit to invest in Odisha for the RE generation and supply to the state. And on the demand side also, there are a lot of industries who were planning on the SDG, and they wanted the green power. So in the tariff, we have a green tariff available, which is 25 paisa higher than the normal tariff. So we can give it now in the state, any industries, industrial consumers like Infosys and TCS and few more, they are asking for the green tariff. We are giving a certification that the green tariff is given to them. And second aspect on the RPO, various states, including also Odisha earlier, we are giving a state-based RPO targets, which was the commission was giving, which is lower than what is the national target. In the policy, we made a plan that we'll catch up this target, and by 2030, we'll have the same ratio of RPO as well as what is the national average. So to boost this, we have in the RE plan to create a lot of projects, potential availability. We are working with iForest for the potential study. We are also working with other organizations to have a potential study and database available, so that that notion of that potential is not there in the state is not, that should be taken care of. Second is with regard to the wind energy also, we were working with the NIWE, and the recent report earlier they were saying no potential, now they are saying that 12 gigawatt of potential is available in the state. So availability also will increase. And the third aspect was regarding to create a ecosystem. So we have a world skill center in Odisha. We are in the plan envisages to have a skill development for this renewable sector in all the parameters, all the technologies. We are working with them. And we are planning to have also research and innovation in our RE policy. We have kept a segment for the innovation and research and the pilot projects. To start with, for any kind of policy, the indicator is the budget, how you are planning. In our state budget also, we plan for a climate impact budget. About 40 to 50% of our budget has some concern or some way connected to the climate. So we are having a climate budget in our overall budget, and we are monitoring on that. So all departments has to work together. It's not only the energy or only the renewable energy, but all the departments of the government, they should work together towards the cleaner and the just transition. In this endeavor, we are also having, because in the plan, progress, and taking together in a holistic manner, we need to approach. We need to have a policy. We need to have a whole plan to take it forward. In that regard, we are having a energy action plan for the state, working with the GIJ team, involved all the departments in the state, major departments were energy consuming departments. And we're carrying out that plan to have a mission to just transition. There will be a lot of difficulties to transit the CGBs, which is a 12 gigawatt of the capacity in the state. And besides that also, the grid dependent, a lot of industries are there. So for their development in our IPR also, a lot of incentive is given to transit the CGB plants from the coal-based generation to the RE generating plants. A lot of waiver also given to them. So that way we are bridging. And there will be small CGPs. They may not have the capability to bring in the RE power for their folder. In the policy, we have made a aggregation of the RE pool, which will be available for the state, which will be developed by the GRIDCO, and small generating companies having the CGP, they can take the power from that. So that kind of environment also. Thank you.
So IPR is essentially industrial policy resolution that was done in 2022. Both of them came. Okay.
Come out.
Thank you. Now, the next is to Mr. Jitendra Kumar Singh from Jharkhand. Jharkhand energy consumption is largely industries. You produce 25% of India's steel. You have automobile hub. Essentially, your entire electricity and energy consumption is very, very industry-centric. Now, and coal, industries came to Jharkhand because there was coal, and there was iron ore and bauxite. Now, how do you see green industrial growth? People talk about industrial decarbonization. How do you see that developing in Jharkhand? And do you have any roadmap planned for green industry development, green energy development?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, Jharkhand produces around 25% of the steel produced in the entire country. And we have around 40% of natural mineral wealth of the entire country. Apart from that, around 29% of the coal is available in Jharkhand only, which is extracted and used for the industry. As you understand that, we all know that Jharkhand has remained the focus center of for traditional fossil fuel-based industrial economy. And the fossil fuel-based traditional energy sources has driven the industrial economy of the Jharkhand historically since long. And now, because as the world transitions toward the sustainable practices, so does the Jharkhand government. And as we know that to support the industry for greener initiatives and to enable them to make a transition toward the green industries, we need to support them with various policy framework, various administrative structures, and various government and non-governmental support also. But one thing is very important to enable them to compete in this with the traditional resource of fossil fuel-based resources and the new energy sources, which we are calling as the new renewable energy sources. The industry has to be very, very competitive, and the energy sources has to be very, very competitive. Unless and until the renewable energy sources are competitive, I think industry would find it very difficult to cope with the naturally fossil fuel-based resources. As we understand that because the fossil fuel has the edge over the renewable energy sources even now, though the cost of wind energy, wind turbines, and the solar panels is decreasing, but even then they are quite high as compared to the coal and other sources of economy. So that's how some innovations are being done and some government policy support is being given. Realizing the need for the just transition, the government of Jharkhand has come up with several policy initiatives. Some from the Department of Industry and some from the other department. Like we have launched Jharkhand Solar Policy 2022. In fact, we had our policy, Jharkhand Solar Policy in 2015 also, wherein we had a target of generating around more than 2,200 megawatts of power through solar sources only. And in new energy policy, the solar energy policy 2022, we have a target of producing around 4,000 megawatts solar energy by 2027. Apart from that, the Department of Industries has also launched some policy intervention. One is the Jharkhand Ethanol Production Promotion Policy has been launched in 2022. So it is in line with the National Biofuel Policy, which was announced by the Government of India. And in that Jharkhand Ethanol Production Promotion Policy, we aim to contribute and support the EBP program of the Government of India, Ethanol Blended Petrol Program. And as we know that the target is to blend around 20% of the ethanol in the petrol by 2025. And right now in entire Eastern India, after Bihar, Jharkhand is the second biggest producer of ethanol. Apart from that, we have also launched Jharkhand electric vehicle manufacturing policy just in 2022 itself, because as we understand that the Government of India has also launched a scheme called FAME, faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles, electric and hybrid vehicles. So does the Government of Jharkhand also realize the potential and launch this policy, in which two very ambitious provisions have been made. One is from the demand side and another from the consumer side. So from demands, another from the supply side. So from demand side, if a person buys a four-wheeler electric vehicle, then the Government of Jharkhand provides around 1,50,000 rupees incentives on a single car purchase. So and if the same kind of incentives are available for the bigger commercial vehicles also, as well as two-wheelers and three-wheelers also. And the Government of Jharkhand intends to replace all its government vehicles which are 15 years old by these electric vehicles. And as we understand that, because not only the demand-based incentives are required, but also the supply-based incentives are also required. So therefore, we have enabled very attractive financial incentives in manufacturing of the electric vehicle as such, and its component, including battery manufacturer, including all kind of components also, and installation of infrastructure required. Apart from that, we have also diversified our industrial scenario from this traditional resource-based economy to some newer economies. As we understand that the garment sector and maybe the textile sector has been traditionally stationed in Western India because the cotton grows there, and the Eastern India doesn't have that kind of solid, strong textile sector. But with the policy intervention in 2016 only, Government of Jharkhand launched the Jharkhand textile policy. And by providing some very, very competitive financial incentives we have been able to attract so many industrial houses which operate in the garment and textile sectors. And right now, Jharkhand, the units established in Jharkhand, they export garments to several of the African and several of the American, European Union, as well as African countries. So in this way, by a policy framework, we have tried to diversified our industrial base. Right now, we are also diversifying into other sectors. We are coming up with the new Jharkhand pharmaceutical policy. We are coming up with the new food processing policy, and in several others also, we are working on that proposal. But I think apart from whatever we are doing, a lot needs to be done because when we transitioning towards a greener industry, so we have to build the proper infrastructure, the proper renewable energy infrastructure. We need to upskill the grids. We need to have a dedicated transmission lines, and then create electric vehicle charging infrastructures across the cities and across the length and breadth of the state. It will take some time, but at least the beginning has been made in the right direction, and we are working towards that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think economic diversification is going to be a very important component of just transition. Frankly, with some of the district being more or less a mono industry district in Jharkhand, and I think the idea of promoting other industries like textile and pharmaceutical and others is going to be one of the most important aspects that all the fossil fuel dependent states will have to look at. Now, Mr. Mahendra Kumar. So Bihar, in fact, Bihar, I think, was the first state to come out with a net zero plan or policy that came out. But the renewable energy has not grown in Bihar. I mean to say, even distributed renewable energy has not been very a big success in the state so far. So one, what do you see as the major impediment of renewable energy growth in the state? And what kind of plans you have for next 5 to 7 years?
Thank you, Chandra Bhushan-ji. This is a very pertinent question as regards Bihar. See, when we look at the national picture which was presented, right now it appears that eastern and northeastern states are lagging behind in terms of RE generation. Mostly, I think, because of solar potential in western part of the country, hydel potential in the northern part of the country, some pumped storage in southern part of the country, and it appears that potential is not there in east and northeastern part of the country. But that is not the case, and I think just points which have been made by Swayanji, if you look at the question that you put was, what are the major impediments? I think we need to have one ecosystem where we give enough confidence to developer to come to our state and invest in RE generation, and they are assured of return. So we should have the legal and regulatory framework which promote that. That, I think, is the major impediment. We had a policy in 2016, and at that time it was one of the best policy which you just mentioned about, but last 7 years it did well, but it sort of, couldn't achieve the target which it aimed at initially. That policy is expiring shortly, and we are coming up with a new policy. We have studied all the good initiatives taken by other states, and two important impediments which I would like to mention. One is capacity utilization factor in solar RE generation, which Swayanji told. Now, as a Discom, if I buy, if I do a PPA with SECI, I get it at around 2 rupees 70 or 80 paisa per unit. But if that same developer come and invest in Bihar, I think in Darbhanga we have a plant which has 4 rupees and 16 paisa per unit. So economically that is not viable. And similarly, second thing which is a major impediment is, I think, does that mean that no, we should not promote RE generation? We should do it, but no, we need to have our tailor-made solution for our state is required. Keeping all this in mind, we are coming up with a policy which will incentivize developer and give them enough confidence to come and invest. We are trying to include various incentives like waiving of cross-subsidy charges, other wheeling charges, transmission charges, so that they can come and invest. Now, Bihar also has another, if you look at the profile of consumers in Bihar, almost 90% of our consumers are domestic. So there is huge potential in rooftop solar power plant installation. The state government, in all its wisdom, in 2019 started a program, Jal Jeevan Haryali, wherein it committed that all the government buildings will be covered with solar power plant installation. And government we have covered, but majority of private owners right now are availing benefits from MNRE schemes and state incentives they are using, and they are installing it. So there is huge potential there, which we are planning to tap. For land, we have 2 in the state operational. We have identified and we plan to install solar power plants over them. We have a huge network of canal in Kosi region and in western part of the state. Installing become part of this process of just transition. It is also economically viable. We need to have that skill level at the ground level so that they can find people who will help, of course, being one. So we have our own challenges, and we have to look for solutions which country and government, state government is very much committed to be part of this process.
Tell us, is some of the national policy itself an impediment of growth of RE in non-RE states? Okay.
Don? Yeah. Okay. So I think it has to be viewed in terms of a mix of national and state policy. The picture that has emerged is a result of both. At the national level, it is understandable, of course, that when the government was really, but what it meant was that the investments, the models which came up for promotion was being created for green energy. Of course, all of this discouraged the eastern region, Karnataka or Gujarat. It was never there. It sort of naturally wasn't there. Potential assessment which was being shown at the national level didn't really consider the specific characters that and sort of geographical features that these states have. For instance, if you really look at it closely, Odisha has so much of pump storage potential, which is really not getting highlighted. But so it's a mix of factors. Next phase of growth, where you're talking about 40% plus RPO over the next 6-7 years, and each of these states will essentially, face at least 10x growth in RE procurement versus where they stand today. So the question is.
Okay. So if you look at Chhattisgarh, for example, will have to increase its RE consumption by close to 13 times, 12 to 13 times from today in next 6 years. And Jharkhand will have to increase by, again, 14, 15, increase by 40 times to meet the RPO target. And we have heard from in these states in last 2-3 years. I think these states have also realized that there is a need to start thinking about the new phase of industry and growth in Eastern India. And that's where I think Jharkhand Task Force has come up. Let's spend some time in terms of thinking through, while that answer has come in the first round as well, first round of question. Where do you see one critical impediment, both in national policy and state policy? Our initial, before this government came, because this government came and said, I'll do 100 gigawatt, not 20 gigawatt. Okay. But we are 120 gigawatt right now, I think 40 gigawatt in pipeline. So we have done remarkably well in terms of numbers. So let's not, in any way denigrate that achievement. But it has come at the, because we have where coal price was same across India. So a ton of coal price was same in Gujarat and Tamil Nadu as it was in Bokaro in Jharkhand. The transportation cost was subsidized by Government of India. So a lot of manufacturing industry went to coastal areas. And that's where you see development of coastal states compared to mineral-rich states. So we have a bad experience of some policy intervention which led to regional imbalance in industrial development. Mandvi did speak about it, but not in so much detail about ISTS policy do. This policy essentially says that I am going to waive off all the transmission charge on renewable energy. And therefore, as you heard from Bihar, it is cheaper for Bihar to buy renewable energy from Gujarat than to set up a renewable energy plant in Bihar itself. Because the transmission delta could be as high as 80 paisa. So ISTS waiver next round, I would like also all of
the transmission cost is nil. So why should operation first of all? Incentive to the private sector so has to be given. Otherwise, I don't find any other solution because necessarily we become handicapped. Other than few of the things, Floyd, whatever hydropower is there.
Worked out to develop a particular, take it RE or any other sector also. So as far as the RE sector is concerned, we developed, we have the RE the EV policy promoting EV so that the demand will increase. There is also demand from the industries. All you know that Odisha is rich with minerals. We have about 25 million tons of steel making capacity, and we are aspiration of 100 million tons. And similarly, 50% of aluminum is produced in state of Odisha. So demand side for the green energy also there, because there is a lot of bias. They are saying that we need green steel or green aluminum. So to meet that demand also, there is a requirement rate equally in Bihar and Eastern. This is completely dependent on the coal or the thermal energy. So we need to have an alternate development of livelihood for these people. So we are working on this in the energy transition aspect. And on the just transition, we had also a couple of deliberations involving international bodies, how we can learn from others at the level of highest authority in the minerals. You see the coastline and the port is there. The connectivity is also another factor. If you'll see in the current year, 23-24, we have kept two RE-based budget new requirement is less. Second is that we have a transmission corridor, green corridor project. We have kept a nominal amount first year, 50 crores, and we have a long way to go. And we had a discussion with the MNRE, Government of India, to have a green and the southern part to the central and the eastern part of the state. We need to have a very huge transmission corridors available so that this green power will be available. So for that, we are making provision from the state side, and we are also discussing with the Government of India to extend support in terms of funding. They are going to add the RE powers are not. Yes. I think this equalization and to create that regional imbalances, to remove that regional imbalances, so Government of India should also come up with some VGF. We have requested from the state also that the PSPs as well as the floating solars, that should be given incentives. Floating solar, the solar parks is now 20 lakhs per megawatt it is given. Good ecosystem that those will be available.
Whatever my co-panelist has informed about the challenges, I think there are challenges to, from the industrial perspective, I would like to bring out some challenges. The one challenge, I think, from the industrial perspective is that the intermittency and the inconsistency of wind and solar energy. So as I spoke in the beginning, that factor apart from that quality, when you export the things, when you produce the things, and it's a competitive. Having said that, having done everything, apart, I would emphasize that no doubt incentive is not a subjective. So incentive, what does it do? It offsets the cost of the industry to set up as well, and whereas the landlocked states like Jharkhand, they did not have that kind of access to port. One, you incentivizing is apart from incentivizing, we're also nudging them to implement the greener technology. Like two initiatives I would like to mention. One is that because in our new MSME promotion policy, we have enabled a provision wherein if a new entrepreneur, a micro or medium or a small enterprise, if they apply for a green build, is reimbursed by the government of Jharkhand. Apart from that, in our existing industrial investment promotion policy, if they government of Jharkhand. So in a kind of a way, the dialogue has started. The people have become aware. The government has risen to the 2050, whereas the government of India has a vision of achieving it by 2070. So I think with the collaboration of industry, academia, government, we all can achieve the required target.
Mahendraji.
Achieving RPO targets, which were just shown on this slide, I think first and foremost is, are DISCOMs financially viable to make investments in new ventures when they are already overburdened with old PPAs? Like in case of Bihar, we had a peak demand this year of around 7,000 megawatt. We have a PPAs running of around 12,000 megawatt. Now, to make fresh investments, DISCOMs must be financially viable first, so that they can do fresh PPAs, they can bring in investment, and they can reach these targets. So they're coming out of old PPAs. Some policies should be there to incentivize them, and I think the government of India right now came up focusing on loss reduction with regards to DISCOM, so that they are financially viable and they are at least able to make new investment and do new PPAs to ensure that RE generation is there. Second point, in non-solar hours, Gujarat power plant and did some DPR study. We found that a plant size of say 200 megawatt with around 40% of storage will cost around 8 to 9 rupees per unit. That is not financially viable. So we had to bring it down to say 20%. So there some sort of VGF, some sort of incentive is required if you want to promote solar, because minus storage, it might not be able to cater to the needs of those states where peak demand is approaches in non-solar hours, sensitive zones. We need environmental environmentally they are very sensitive, so there some sort of policies to allow them, or without affecting the eco-sensitivity of those areas, invite them to come and invest. Today, if you see most of our modules, and in terms of solar modules and other things are dependent on global phenomena. So we need to have our own domestic capabilities to feed and to supply this equipment. So I think these are the challenges we need to look at if you want to really achieve those targets which we are.
Let me, before I open the floor for issue and bring industry into confidence, because otherwise I think we'll constantly be in this circle of who will pay for it and all of it. So tough questions. I'm not expecting an answer, but just proposing them. Yeah. Thank you.
If you want to.
Just I'll try to, I think, figure out two things you have said very clearly. One is that why it is not clear-cut stuff here and move. And second is that the DISCOMs should not, why they cannot take off this. The first is that it's a very difficult situation if you take a state as a whole to balance the growth. For example, Odisha growth, GDP growth is one of the fastest growing state in the country, more than the national average. There is a need to balance the growth as well as while taking care of RE. The energy demand, I'll tell you, in the state for the last 2 years, it is in the double digit. To cater this energy need, and the second point is intermittent. So we need to have a blending of the storage as well as the RE to have continuous supply to the industries. We cannot stop the industrial or the economy, which is largely dependent. Although we are agrarian economy, but we are large process industries. So we need to, this present economy should continue, and gradually we'll bring in the RE. And it takes time. Although we are late in the eastern region, because we realize late that we have to make up this, because we are already lagging behind vis-a-vis other states. In the DISCOM has a problem to have a grid balance. Because in the now we are facing the peak power at the 11
factor. They might be given more share of other RPOs, and for Maybe northeastern states and northern states with better hydro potential can be given more share of hydro RPO. That can all the figures from different states. Maybe we should try to see that we as a nation we achieve there. So that is one of the ways which I think we might want to look at it, and we want to achieve it, keeping states' concern in mind and diversity of our country, because all these states have different potential.
Things are moving.
Northern part or western part of the country. As a state, we don't gain much right now because it is disadvantageous for us. The cost which comes also, since in 2018 we have transferred all our generation plants to NTPC. So today when we see that the cost which comes and which we DISCOMs has to bear, it keeps increasing because new plants are coming up somewhere in some part of when they are economically running well, then they will be in a position to take such new initiatives and things like that. But if they are not viable at the end of it, the things come to a halt. So ISTS waiver, I think.
So I'll speak only about the diversification of industry. Diversification of industry is required for two reasons. One is obviously the population is increasing, the skill sets are also increasing. There are so many colleges and technical institutions which are imparting skill-based. Basis of steel manufacturing or maybe some big manufacturing industry, we cannot provide employment to the growing population. As we understand, because I talked about the textile, I think you must be knowing that in industrial sector, other than agriculture, because if we take a primary sector, other than agriculture, in industry, 1 lakh investment produces the highest kind of employment.
2 lakh. Second, the initial, the intention of the IST. See, I cannot now rely only the renewable energy as far as the Odisha is concerned to meet the energy demand. So we are, and that to artist basis. So that's the reason both it will gradually reduce over the period of time. Maybe in next 6-7 years we are planning. We have to maneuver the things to see that state's power is made, power demand is met, getting from outside or taking steps to generate in the state.
Sir, one more question, sir. One more question.
Yeah.
I'm Avnish from NTPC, sir. मैं ये जानना चाह रहा था, हम लोग जो RE पावर की बात कर रहे हैं, that is without RTC पॉसिबल नहीं है. तो RTC पावर के लिए स्टेट्स क्या कर रहे हैं, सर? PSP के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं या?
अगर मैं इनको जवाब देने बोलूँगा, because ये लोग हमें रूम वो खड़े होके मुझे आंख दिखा रही हैं. She is telling me to get out of this room right now. Okay. We will have this discussion. They are here and you can ask them. But thank you very much. Yeah, you can take it outside, and yeah, we have to respect other people's time as well. Okay, so thank you very much. But this is an important discussion. It should happen more. We must get a regional sense of transition. National sense is fine, but national is a big story, and we have many subplots and story which is regional in nature. Thank you very much.
Welcome. We're about to start, so please find your seats. And well, thank you, and good afternoon again. Thank you for joining. This is the side event for the Long-Term Energy Scenario Initiative. So my name is Juan Jose Garcia. I'm Program Officer of Clean Energy Transition Scenarios from the IRENA's Innovation and Technology Center. So it's a pleasure to have you here today. And well, thank you again for your attendance. It's very nice to see very familiar faces. Very interesting and insightful side session with focus on the strategic priorities on long-term energy scenario with the purpose to, let's say, have this interactive dialogue and explore what else is needed, what else is required, or what are we missing in our current vision in terms of considering these emerging priorities on energy scenarios that actually have to be discussed between the LTS network, the LTS initiative, to accelerate the clean energy transition. So I hope you enjoy what we have prepared today. And yes, I would like the General of IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, to give some welcoming remarks.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. And it's really my pleasure to actually also acknowledge the two governments that lead it, which is Germany and Denmark, who have guided us in this initiative, and I think there's a lot that has been done over the 5 years. I just want to take a minute to just congratulate all of you in saying that, which is huge, and has attracted almost 6,000 participants, including some virtually, and has featured more than 350 scenario experts around the globe and showcased. Just to say that this is a really robust initiative that has been able to come so far because of the participation and the insights that the community around LTS going to happen. I mean, we know that the technologies that we need are already here, but it's much more than that. And it's the biggest challenge is to be able to get a cross-sectoral dialogue happening with the various stakeholders who have to all contribute to building these long-term energy scenarios for us to be able to move along this path for the 1.5 degree. And as you know, as the challenges around energy transition evolve, so do also the strategic priorities of this dialogue. And the latest finding from the LTS initiative highlights that some of the top priorities for discussion is a growing need to bolster the coordination between the climate and the energy community. Now, I think that's very relevant because somehow, you know, the two are moving parallelly, but there's hardly a way for them to come together and start looking at the issues as they evolve. And I think that's very important, as is also to create harmonized policy instruments and to bring in stakeholders, strong stakeholder participation in building the scenarios, because that's how you know, when you're looking at scenarios in the country, that's how these scenarios will see the light of the day and become a part of the larger planning processes in those countries. So here today, I'm very confident that with your insights and with the collective wisdom that we have in the room, we should be in a position to move forward with a very fruitful dialogue and take the whole discussion forward. And I'd like to wish all of us a very productive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gauri, for your words. And yes, just one announcement as well. So what we have prepared also a time slot at the end of the panel discussion to hear from you as well. We would like this to be also an open discussion, so please feel free to jump in with your thoughts. We're very keen to hear you. So just request the floor when we arrive to this time slot. So to continue with our program, I would like to make a very brief and short presentation about what the long-term energy scenario initiative has actually contributed to this global dialogue on the clean energy transition and planning for the future energy system in countries. So I would like to give some insights of how the initiative has been contributed to these global efforts, and also a brief overview on what we have identified so far that are the strategic key issues that we should be addressing in the dialogue between the initiative to keep progressing on the energy transition to support the acceleration of the energy transition. So with this in mind, I would like to start by saying that for those who may be not that aware of what the LTES initiative is, I would like to say that the LTES initiative, it stands for Long-Term Energy Scenario Initiative. So this is basically a global community of scenario practitioners from governments. And this platform, this initiative serves as the global platform to exchange knowledge, to exchange experiences, to share best practices in terms of energy scenario, how they are produced, how they are used, and how they can be enhanced. So with this in mind, so the initiative is basically this space to peer-to-peer exchange of knowledge. So this is a very important thing because usually we heard from approaches that basically is to transfer knowledge, let's say from the global north through the global south, or perhaps some exchanges in south-south modalities. So here, our approach is basically to foster this exchange of knowledge as peers, so the countries can actually learn from each other. For example, I don't know, maybe there is a good experience in Brazil that can be consider in Denmark, for instance, or maybe one country in Central America can be doing good things in terms of internal coordination that can also be leveraged by African countries. So this is the overall idea, to exchange and learn from other countries. So with this in mind, just as Gauri already mentioned, this initiative has been running for 5 years now. And right now, the membership of the initiative is 28 countries. And keep growing. There are interests on many other countries to be part of this initiative, and also are part of this, let's say, network, the 13 technical partners institution. These technical partner institutions are basically international organization of technical partners that support governments in terms of energy aspects or climate aspects. For example, one of our technical partners is, for instance, UNFCCC. Then also we have the Joint Research Center, JRC, and also we have the World Energy Council as global partner, the World Resource Institute, and so on. So we have 13 technical partners right now, and the most recent new joiner in the network, in the initiative, is the World Bank. So the World Bank also joined the LTS initiative recently. And as already mentioned, a lot of different spaces for dialogue, different events, hundreds of experts engaged in this conversation. And of course, we have synthesized these products in 6 publications that are available for countries around the world, so they can actually learn from these experiences. One important aspect, or one aspect of how the initiative has actually contributed, is that this initiative has had the ability to adapt over the time. I can say that at the very beginning of this initiative, we usually focus on in-person events, as you can see in the pictures over there. So the first 2 years, very focused on in-person events. Then due to the pandemic, and the lockdown, so we had to switch to only virtual events, and then we adapt. Last year, for instance, we have the first very successful interactive hybrid event where we had a lot of attendance, so the overall reach of the initiative also increased. Another important aspect of how the initiative have been contributing to this global dialogue on energy scenarios is, as I mentioned, it's a global knowledge platform, but mainly focused on governments, but it's also, this initiative is also the bridge between the governments and, let's say, the scientific community, the research in community. So we can also bring together, let's say, specialists for universities or specialized research institutions to also apport in this conversation, in this dialogue. So in this term, we have been building knowledge over three main pillars. Let's say the first one is how to improve the development of a scenario in terms of governance, institutionality, coordination mechanism between different institutions of the government. How can the scenarios can be also developed better by including, let's say, the specific features of the energy transition in their own narratives, how to incorporate, for example, the narrative of green hydrogen or green hydrogen strategies in the terms of for planning for the future, or how to incorporate the narrative of what policies are needed, for instance, to allow high shares of variable renewable energies to be incorporated in the power system. So how these, let's say, innovations or technologies or trends can be incorporated in the scenarios. A second pillar for exploration of the initiative is how the scenarios are used. So the main question here is how one country is using actually the scenarios for produce policy, to produce energy planning documents. So by having these different approaches or these different uses, the uses of the scenario at the end can be enhanced to also to try to produce energy documents to accelerate the energy transition. So in the third pillar is basically to understand how the countries are actually creating their own capacities to build these scenarios. Now, there is no silver bullet for every country. So this means whether or not there is no single answer to all the questions. So what the initiative does is basically to try to understand, for instance, how one country is creating their own capacity to produce or to analyze or to use the outcomes of the energy scenarios for energy planning documents. We have seen, for instance, other countries prefer to maybe outsource part of this exercise to, let's say, private companies, or maybe a cooperation agreement between universities or the government. So there are this mix of approaches that is also part of the exploration. So in this term, the initiative has contributed to this global, let's say, dialogue of energy scenario by providing this global benchmark of energy scenario in terms of learning from the governments, but also learning from the scientific community, for universities, for experts, for international organizations. So this whole richness of content has been synthesized in 2 more publications that you can find available. And also this created the current framework for the discussion. So our discussion right now, I'm framed under these 3 main pillars. So when we talk about energy scenario planning for the energy scenarios, we explore institutional arrangement, governance, are there any participation from the civil society in the whole process of scenario or not, and also to understand how they are using the scenarios to produce, let's say, expansion plans for the power sector, or are they using scenarios perhaps to support investment plans in the overall energy system, or how they are doing this. We have seen cases, for instance, when they are using scenarios to harmonize policies with different public policy instruments. So this is the overall framework of the current conversation. Adding to this, the initiative has also been the main instrument to create these regional approaches to exchange experiences by providing peer-to-peer regional perspectives and experiences for developing transition plans that are based on energy scenarios. The idea here is to, so countries can have the opportunity to learn what the neighbors are doing, actually, in terms of energy planning. So considering their regional particularities, the countries can actually apply or tropicalize some of the activities or processes that the neighbors are doing to tackle this the same problem. So I can mention that we have implemented this approach right now in Latin America and the Caribbean, so where 16 countries share their own experiences. We apply this also in 9 African countries, And we are right now planning to apply this perspective from the Asian region. So right now we're actually, you are also invited. We will send you the information. Around 3 weeks, we're going to start with this webinar series. So different countries from Southeast and South and East Asia will be participating in this exchange of knowledge. And also the LTS initiative has been an important tool to co-create knowledge. And what we mean with this is that by leveraging our partnerships with our technical partners or any other international institution, we collaborate to create these deep dives on priority topics. For example, we have one collaboration with the Joint Research Center of the European Commission to create the first report that you see over there. That was basically a comparison between 14 energy planning documents based on a scenario to compare basically their scenarios to understand what are the key drivers, what are the main insights, what are the indicators that have to be considered to improve their use, to produce better plans, and so on. And similarly, we have this other collaboration with UNFCCC, where we analyzed how well aligned are the long-term energy scenarios with the long-term low emission development strategies, LTLED. So the idea here was to understand or give the first step to understand how the energy community is actually linked with the climate change documents, the strategies, policies, with the idea to strengthen this relationship. So, and our current ongoing project is the participatory process. This is another thematic. If you see, the first one, priority topic, we can say that was compare scenarios, let's say more technical or methodological approach. Another very specific topic is this relationship between energy community and climate community. And similarly, now we are working on a work stream on participatory processes involving different sectors of the society, different sectors of the economy to produce better scenarios that at the end will inform better policies, better development plans, better strategies. So we try to understand, or from different countries, different institutions, what instruments are they implementing, what institutional arrangements are put in place, what is, let's say, backing these processes. Is there a law over there? Is there any regulatory framework, or is it most just a presidential, let's say, commitment, or how? So the idea here is to produce also this, let's say, good practices book for government to implement participatory processes for developing scenarios for the future. I can mention that right now we had our first workshop where 25 countries participated, and also we have the World Energy Council engaged in this work stream, and we expect also more workshops to come. And so let's say this is also another form of how the initiative has been contributing to this global dialogue, so bringing specific deep dives and priority topics. So this, almost to finish, this brings me to these upcoming priorities. So when we mention that there are priority topics, what we meant here is that the activities and the focuses and priorities of the initiative are driven by its members and partners. So the countries decide what topics are important for them. What topics are they seeing that are actually challenges or can be some barriers in the process to producing the scenarios for policies. So this is what we have identified so far during our different conversations of the initiative, and also through a series of surveys that we carried out with our members and partners. And they have identified, in terms of institutional priorities, these 4 topics that you see in the screen. There is basically keep exploring how the relationship between the energy community and the climate community can be strengthened. This means how can be produced, let's say, more harmonized policies, more harmonized development strategies or development instruments that combine the development of energy system, but also considering all the, let's say, all the impacts that these actions of the energy system can have in the environment. Also, keep exploring more the participatory processes to create a scenario or to plan for energy scenarios. And also, another relevant aspect that just emerged was how countries can leverage the use of national scenarios to actually mobilize resources to promote investment on those technologies in that infrastructure required for the energy transition. So this is another relevant topic that we will continue to exploring. Last but not least is how keep identifying how the countries are creating their capacities, because this is a continuous improvement process. Now, in terms of, let's say, actual content of the scenarios, let's say, what should be included in the narratives or in the aspects of the energy scenarios is we have this list of priorities. For instance, energy security. We're talking here about, I don't know, incorporate how specific policies and governments can actually affect the future landscape of the energy supply. Also, how, for instance, interconnectors, what is the role of interconnectors for energy security? Let's say the interconnections with other countries or at a regional level. What are the implications of this for the future landscape? What this imply? So consider these type of aspects in scenarios. For instance, innovation and digitalization, how, let's say, the new technologies or digital technologies can support in terms of energy efficiency or control demand. So, for example, what is this imply? What is required? What are the challenges that are currently facing toward this? Or integration of high shares of renewable energies as well. Hydrogen, it's a very important topic also. How to produce hydrogen, what color hydrogen we should produce. So there's a lot of things undergoing. So in all these requires market, design, laws, policies, so on. There is a lot of things that have to be considered, because at the end, all these little things are at the end constraints that will affect the overall, let's say, development of the system. Then we have demand and behavior. So what important is to, let's say, incorporate human behavior in energy scenarios. It's up to the government, or it's impossible, or what is required. So this type of questions. Then global uncertainties like geopolitical issues. This can be kind of related with energy security. Then electric vehicles, electrifications. Critical materials is another aspect. How, for instance, the supply chain can also affect or accelerate the pace of the energy transition, and net zero definition, and so on. So these are basically the overall landscape of what the initiative has been doing lately. What we have identified that the current possible priorities to focus, and our purpose here for this session is basically to discuss around this picture, this landscape, to identify, are we missing something? Is there a gap in any of these topics? Or maybe you have a different angle that we haven't considered. So with the idea to, let's say, incorporate this new perspective, these new angles in the future discussion of the initiative, with the idea to keep adding value to countries, to keep supporting the energy transition, and to maintain the discussion of this initiative also relevant for the future. So with this being said, thank you very much. That was my contribution for today's session. And I would like now to go to our panel discussion. So for this, I would like to invite to the stage to our moderator, Mr. Doug Aren. He is Executive Director, the Strategic Public-Private Partnership at National Renewable Energy Laboratory, NREL. So welcome, Doug. And I also would like to invite Mr. Frank Desrosiers. He is Assistant Deputy Minister, Strategic Policy and Innovation at Natural Resources Canada. Thank you for joining us. Also, I would like to invite Mr. Louis Algren. He is a special advisor of the Danish Energy Agency and also country manager for Vietnam, right? For the Center of Energy. global corporation. Yeah, sorry for that. I have here good math, but and also Mr. Harmeet Bava. He is global head of government and institutional relations and senior vice president of Hitachi Energy. And I would like to also invite Mr. Allard Noy. He's president of South and Southeast Asia at Fortescue Future Industries. So thank you for joining us. And well, I will leave the floor to Doug now. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Thanks, everyone, for diving in to a whole set of questions. So we've got a very interesting panel, which is a mixture of 2 government representatives and 2 industry leaders with very different perspectives on where they enter the industry. But I'd like to start, and we're going to go straight left to right here with Frank, and really talk about from the Canadian perspective and from a government leadership perspective, how has the evolution of scenario planning evolved, and are there some pieces missing, and how does one kind of approach it from your perspective?
Great question. First, I would say that I'm an economist of training, so I love this kind of stuff. But really happy to have a chance to hear from both private and government perspective, but also from the audience. I was pleased to hear that the format does allow for such interaction. It will make it more fun in this kind of a private setting. So we've actually been thinking quite a bit about long-term scenario planning. As all of us, we've set up longer-term goals for our climate commitments to 2030, to 2050. And it's starting to get quite real, right? 2030 is around the corner, and 2050 is getting more and more real. And we suddenly have to think real hard about what does it mean to our electrical system? What does it mean to our demand management? What does it mean to decarbonize heavy industries? So all this kind of discussion we're about to have is something that is hitting home in a significant way. And more we're realizing that in some way, what does it mean for society? What does it mean for workers? What does it mean for supply chains? As we're starting to see the cracks of the systems unless we do that kind of proper look. What does it mean for other sectors maybe we haven't focused as much? Shipping, some of the heavy emitters. Looking at supply chains of renewable energy sectors, for instance, where suddenly when we're looking at doubling the size of our grid in the next 20 years, we suddenly see that, oh, this is not so easy. It took us a century and a half to build the grid that we have, and suddenly you have to double that over the next 20-some years. As you can imagine, this is creating some serious kind of pressure points in the system. And maybe to get to the chase, we actually put more than thoughts, but actually got to the practice. We did not have in Canada a long-term forecast for the demand and supply of energy. And we just issued that 10 days ago. It was the Canadian Energy Regulator who came out with this. It's called Energy Supply and Demand Projection to 2050. And interestingly enough, it triggered quite a debate in Canada where suddenly people realized that as I mentioned, the electricity grid will have to be expanded in a great way. What does it mean to the future of nuclear energy? What does it mean in terms of building more hydro dams? And it was nice to see this happening without having it colored by any particular political party or business interest, but realizing that this is something that we, as a society, have to cope with. So I must say it was, for us, quite useful, and hopefully we'll be able to help whichever party in power, federal and provincially, to reflect on what to do. And maybe to close off, as I was thinking a bit of what we've heard through the presentation just earlier, there's been great amount of good work being done here. Maybe 2 suggestions I would make in terms of the go forward. First is around the communication of it. As we go to those dislocation, market transformation, let's face it, there'll be some losers, people who are resisting, objecting to the changes that are happening. So we need to do as good of a job as we can to communicate what the impact is going to be, but also the opportunities will be in a more granular, practical way that people would understand. So I think if this group was able to make that connection between the projections to the policy work and how to translate this in a way that would be understandable for non-technical people, people that are not in this room, would be very helpful. And maybe my last wish, we hear tremendous amount of data from all sorts of smart cookies, IRENA, IEA, colleagues from the floor here, but at some point it's just information overload. And even for the informed people in our respective jurisdiction, it's hard to get your head wrapped up around those numbers with lots of zeros and shorter timelines. If we could look at issues around data visualization, ways to present it in a way that would be understandable without having to spend 5 hours looking at data, that would actually be really helpful from a communication perspective.
Great, thank you. Luis, kind of same question for you, but you also work in a broad region. So how has the evolution of scenario planning, I guess, progressed? And where's the state of the dialogue that you're having today with other governments?
Yeah, thanks. If I should start with Denmark, then we've been making energy plans in Denmark, long-term energy plans since the 70s, since the oil crisis on a national level. But before then, it was actually more day-to-day commercial approaches. But that's when we realized we had to start to do some planning for, and that was actually for energy security reasons. But then the wind turbine started developing in Denmark, and the discussion started: how much power can we integrate in the grid? How much renewable power can we integrate in the grid? So 5% was the maximum at some point. Then maybe 10% is possible. Now we are at 60% in Denmark on annual average. And this, of course, requires a lot of planning. So back then, it was also very much focused on the power sector. But I think the next steps, when you ask what's needed going to net zero, then it's really about sector coupling. So not only looking at power sector or other heating sector, transport sector individually, but everything has to be thought together. In Denmark, we had quite early focus on the heating, combining the electricity and heating planning because of combined heat and power plants that produce both heat and electricity. So we had an early start, I would say, but now we have to include the transport sector as well. The electricity demand for electrifying the transport sector will have a huge impact, not only the electricity demand, but also the charging patterns. For instance, it can be done in a smart way, or it can be done in a not smart way that could become extremely expensive if we don't manage the flexible load. The same goes, so transport, heating is also a flexible load to some degree, also industrial loads. And then there's the hard-to-abate sectors where we would need some indirect electrification maybe through hydrogen and e-fuels and biofuels. So that would mean that we have to do scenarios for all of these sectors. And when talking about biofuels, then we actually also need to include the forestry and agricultural sector. Also, not only the energy part, but also what crops are we going to grow in the long term and so on. This also relates to one of Juan's points about behaviors. We've actually started including, in the latest Danish energy scenarios, we also include behavior on diets. So what happens if more people become vegetarian? Do we need to grow different kinds of crops, and how would that affect the energy system? Other things we need to consider are carbon negative solutions, because I think we all realize that we are late in peaking CO2 emissions. So at least some countries will need to go carbon negative for a while. And here the biomass energy, CCS, and direct air capture, CCS, are some options to consider. What else? Then also notes that CO2 as a scarce resource. Now we are modeling energy flows in different energy carriers, electricity or heat or gas, but we might also have to consider the CO2 flows or the carbon flows, because carbon can become a scarce resource. Finally, land use is also becoming a scarce resource when it's always been a scarce resource, but especially for solar power becoming so cheap. From most scenarios that I see in our partner countries from global corporations, solar power is just the cheapest solution, even if it needs a bit of battery backup, but it takes up a lot of space. So, yeah, how to manage that.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is quite well aligned with this deeper integration of climate and energy scenarios, but there's another component in there as well, which is society, behavior, choice, shall we call it, everything from food to comfort, mobility choices, et cetera. So, Harmeet, if I can turn to you, you represent a technology company which has been called out, inferred to twice already in terms of the importance of the grid and power and the growth of the grid. Talk to us a bit about how scenarios come into play in your business and in your interaction with governments and with clients around the world.
Thanks a lot, Doug, for setting it up. And to pick up the thread from what our colleagues have been saying, as you said, we play mainly in the grid space, but now also on the edge of the grid, both on the supply side and the demand side. And that's a little bit about the sector couplings that we've been talking about. What do we really see? I might be a little controversial here, but sometimes I kind of hear things like, oh, Christmas came again this year. I mean, some of these things that we are talking about now, we've been highlighting for years. And I talk specifically about the grid because this scenario, what we are looking at today, we saw it coming. And at the end of the day, if those of us who go back to days back in engineering schools, etc., there used to be this rule of thumb about $1 you put in generation, you put $1 in T&D. And that has been so severely underinvested over the years. We are in a huge catch-up game. And even today, I think only in the last 6 to 9 months, there is this realization now that, oops, the grid has become a bottleneck. But it's not a surprise that it's become a bottleneck. And again, you can always say that the pace probably went faster than people expected. And now we're in a situation where, to be honest with you, this is long gestation infrastructure. And even today, if you look at a lot of the incentive packages and everything coming out from policymakers, the focus is still so much on generation that there is still a need to accelerate at a very big pace, because it's not 18 months you can set up an offshore wind farm, but you can't set an HVDC project up in 4 years. So I think, practically speaking, for 2030, every single major transmission project should already be on our radar. And again, if you really think about how fast this can happen, there are certain things, and that's why today one of the most frequently asked questions we get is supply chain. And of course, supply chain is going to come under. Why I bring the supply chain topic is because we constantly ask that question and we bounce it back with planning horizons. If we don't have visibility, as technology providers, how much do we scale up? And so business models need to change. And that's across the board. So policymakers, regulators, this ideology of clearing one project at a time and permitting one project doesn't work. And the good news is that we start to see that change now. We've already now, in the last 6 months, seen frame agreements coming out from utilities like TenneT, now NEOM, and so on. And that's basically trying to block supply chain. And so I think the main point is, coming back to the planning horizons, it is so important for these to be taken seriously, but to also project that if we're talking about 300 gigawatts in the North Sea, 500 gigawatts, and so on and so forth, what does that translate into? Because otherwise, what we see already today is curtailment. Many other countries, even in Europe, you have to curtail the power because the capacity is not there. And we haven't even started talking beyond capacity, which is the complexity of the grid. We have so much digitalization to put in for the flexibility that's needed, new supply side challenges, new demand side challenges. So it's a huge topic, but I just wanted to shine the spotlight here because finally, at least today, 2 or 3 times I heard no transition without transmission.
Thanks for the key takeaway there. Allard, talk to us a bit about the perspective from Fortescue Future Industries. You might start with just a brief intro because perhaps people aren't familiar with the company and I think the focus of what you bring to the energy transition, and then reflect on long-term planning and how that comes into your business model and business approach, please.
Sure. Thank you very much. And it's a great introduction. So I represent Fortescue Future Industries. We're a 100% subsidiary of Fortescue's Metals Group, which was founded by Dr. Andrew Forrest 20 years ago, listed on the Sydney Stock Exchange, headquartered in Perth. And what Dr. Andrew Forrest did 3 years ago with the shareholders and the board, he basically agreed that 10% of net profit after tax out of the mining operation would be allocated for decarbonization purposes. The parent company is currently the 4th world largest iron ore miner with a vast network of 700 kilometers of rail track in the Pilbara region in Western Australia. And that 10% net profit after tax, to put it in perspective, last year the parent company made 6.2 billion US net profit after tax. As a result, $620 million came into FFI in September last year, and that's the 3rd year that is happening. The allocation of that 10% of net profit after tax for decarbonization purposes is allocated through 3 different areas. Number 1, decarbonizing the entire mining operation in WA, Australia, that is. That means real zero by 2030. No more diesel trucks, no more diesel locomotives, no more thermal power. And as a result, we are developing fuel cells, battery, and green hydrogen operated mining trucks, which are carrying 240 tons on each hole. Secondly, we've got about 70 locomotives. Those will be replaced with flywheels to create kinetic energy once the train rolls downhill to Port Hedland to offload iron ore. It charges a battery pack, goes back on the hill, zero emission. And all the thermal power will be replaced by solar and wind, which is already partly in the making. The second area of that 10% net profit after tax goes into technology development to support decarbonization. We've acquired Williams Advanced Engineering in the UK. These are the people behind the EF1, so the Formula 1 races, which gives us access to high-performing engines, battery and fuel cells. And we've basically put those on steroids, for a better word, to operate now mining trucks. Secondly, we've developed our own electrolyzers, and we do that in very close cooperation with a number of universities, including universities in Colorado in the United States. We're building an electrolyzer manufacturing facility in Gladstone in North Queensland in Australia. Currently, the electrolyzer, which is a key component to produce green hydrogen, the total global capacity is just under 4 gigawatt per annum. We're building currently 2 production lines, each of will be producing 1 gigawatt of electrolyzers per annum. So we will add 2 gigawatt to the world supply chain. This will be a major game changer. And then third element of that 10% net profit after tax goes into development of large-scale renewable energy projects to support the production of green molecules, which is a combination of green hydrogen for domestic supply and green ammonia for export purposes. In terms of the long-term planning and the energy transition, in my personal view, and I've been operating in this part of the world for the last 30 years in the energy sector, needs to be looked at from multiple angles. Number 1, a clear focus on reduction on fossil fuels. Secondly, increasing capacities on clean renewables and alternative fuels in order to basically replace those fossil fuels. So on the first point, that can be achieved by retiring particularly coal-fired power stations early. What that requires is enabling legislation to basically end long-term power purchase agreements and having the financing to do so, for which you require blended finance. The first initiative is out. The Asian Development Bank has actually launched an initiative. They have funded an initiative particularly in Indonesia, which is largely relying on their own coal to produce power, and that will be rolled out as a blended finance model between concessional financing, grant financing, and a commercial element to replace those coal-fired power stations with cleaner and renewable energy assets in place of that power stations. So the second increasing capacity with cleaner technologies can only be done when the public and the private sector are working very closely together. And you need to have enabling legislation. You need to be working with the regulators and with governments. And I'm going to give you two examples where that has happened quite successfully. When I lived in mainland China in 2008, it was the very first time that 4 ministries worked together with the NDRC, the National Development and Reform Commission, to get a Clean Renewable Energy Act in place. What that meant, and it was the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Power, Ministry of Construction, and the Ministry of Finance which put that together. They said, if we are not creating enabling conditions, we won't get there to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. Now, this is a planned economy, which is very different from the world's largest democracy where we are today. But if Beijing designs something, it trickles down to the provinces and everyone follows suit. It had an incentive program to it. So once you had developed a renewable energy project, there was mandatory offtake into the grid, and you would get a premium under a 25-year PPA for the first 15 years of that lifetime of the PPA. They had set in their 5-year economic forecast that they would increase their renewable energy generation capacity. And mind you, the generation capacity should suit up on both on the thermal side and on the renewable energy side. But they said, basically, we want to be doubling our renewable energy capacity from 5% of the total generation capacity to 10. Guess where they were after 3 years? They were at 12%. And it was creating a lot of incentive programs, particularly for both local businesses as well as foreign direct investment. Second country, Vietnam. Vietnam developed a feed-in tariff. It had no restrictions on foreign ownership for renewable energy. It had a feed-in tariff, which had clear deadlines for both solar and wind, which was quite attractive tariffs. So the first solar feed-in tariff, which was launched in 2016, it ended on the 30th of June 2019, was $9.35 per kilowatt hour. Guess what Vietnam did? They added 4 gigawatts of renewables in a period of less than 4 years. So if you develop the right incentive programs and the private and the public sector are working hand in hand, you will get there.
Thanks. Let me build off of that, and because we've included a fair amount of what's in long-term scenarios, what's missing, what needs to be included. So let's think now about what is the importance and what's missing or needed in this dialogue between the public sector, governments, and the private sector, frankly, and the NGO sector, the non-government organizational sector as well, to advance the value that's brought in through scenario planning, and also to affect the speed and the scale of the energy transition. So, Luis, let me start with you, and then we'll cycle through again.
Yes, sure. Thanks. Well, as I see it, the governments are supposed to present scenarios and long-term plans to give the private sector, the industry, some indications of where we are going, and this should hopefully inspire for some innovations in the right direction, and also hopefully support supply chain for grid and other components. Maybe it doesn't work that way always, but at least as I see, that's part of the long-term planning from the governmental side.
Let me ask it. Sorry, let me just interrupt for a second. Let me ask a slightly different way, because you said governments give or produce the scenarios. is there another approach, which is this dialogue between government, society, and industry that needs to evolve in order to better capture the intricacies and the complexities of the development of those scenarios? Reflect on that for a minute, if you would.
Yes, of course. Well, I completely agree, and maybe it's not a good phrasing to say that the governments develop it on their own. What I was about to say was that the private sector, of course, has a role in entering a dialogue with the governments or the energy planners, giving feedback or proposals, or having a dialogue about what's feasible, what's possible, and what makes sense. So there's, of course, a very important synergy there. It doesn't make sense to make a plan if it's not possible to implement it. And the industries are the implementers, so they know what's possible. They're also the technology experts, so they also know what their technologies can and cannot do, what's the cost perspective in the long term, what's the efficiency perspective, environmental perspectives, and so on. So that dialogue is definitely important. Yeah.
Harmeet, just from your perspective, if one were to think about the gestation period for transmission, one of the key barriers not only is the government permitting, but it's actually the social license to operate. So the inclusion process of how does transmission benefit communities along the line, if I can use that term. How are you approaching, again, this dialogue between public sector and private sector and stakeholders?
So Doug, let me just go back to your original point in terms of what's missing, or what can we do more, or what can we do better, and touching on the point that you just raised. Firstly, I mean, I mentioned in my last piece about the supply chain, right? Regardless of what part of the value chain we're talking about, regardless of whether we're talking of power or any other facet of this, let's take energy transition as a whole. You know, we're talking about supply chain, and the huge bottleneck right now is skills. Skills. The availability of people. I mean, that's probably going to be the biggest bottleneck in terms of supply chain. We can still ramp up on building transformers and switch gears and valves and everything else. But if we don't start acting urgently on the topic of skills, this is already becoming a huge challenge for energy transition. Now, this is a common topic, and this is something, and touching on that, if we look at collaboration, and this word is loosely used, we see the need for collaboration across sectors, and we heard about sector coupling, etc. We see the need for collaboration across stakeholders, and you touched on that point. So how policymakers and regulators need to come together with the corporate sector and with others, but also the need now for collaboration across geographies. Because if we really look at leveraging renewables, which is really going to become the driver as electricity increasingly becomes the backbone, we're going to have to build interconnectors. Otherwise, we will sub-optimize. And often, these are not technological challenges because we know how this is done. But the challenge is going to be about getting the political will, because some of these are going to have to be cross-border. And so I think it's important to mention that these are bigger topics, but unless we tackle them now, we'll be sitting here in a few years' time saying, oh, we should have thought about this. So that's just something that I wanted to kind of bring attention to.
Thank you. I'm going to actually come back to Frank here for a second. Frank, from the Canadian perspective, again, this approach to public-private partnerships, how are you thinking about it? How are you implementing it? Please.
I would go even more broadly than this. I would be as bold as to say that people get it. Like, climate change is real. We see forest fires, floods, all sort of events that are pointing to the same kind of source of problem. And they also understand that this will mean lots of change to the economy, the way they live, the way they transport themselves, how the community are operating. But the flip side to this is they want to be part of that conversation. They don't want to be told, as you hinted to, what the solution is going to be. First, we don't exactly know what it is, to be quite candid. We have some ideas, but does anybody in the room know exactly what the future is going to be in 2050? I suspect not. And what does it mean for individual communities? What does it mean for gender? What does it mean for youth? What does it mean for indigenous population in the case of Canada? All issues are of significant importance. And we've actually taken this quite seriously. As you may know, like other countries, thinking of the United Kingdom and others, we've established legislation which commits us to actually meet our targets. And as part of this, there's an advisory council whose amongst job is to engage meaningfully with all segments of society to shape our climate plan every 5 years and being able that we engage in doing so. We've also set up, for instance, youth councils who are there to advise the Prime Minister, or dare to advise my minister, or dare to advise the Climate Change and Environment Minister. Similarly with Indigenous, we also launch engagement processes. We also are having regional tables whereby we're having the trade-off discussions with each and every provinces and territories, along with labor organization, private sector groups, Indigenous leaders. It may sound like a lot of talk, but people are really passionate about those things, and they should, because it will change their lives.
Allard, you started the conversation really about public-private partnerships, but let me come back and maybe probe just a little bit, because the investments that you talked about are really self-consumptive with Fortescue Future Industries and Fortescue Industries, right? But you see that, I presume, as a real game changer to enter markets with those innovations through public-private partnerships and the importance of bringing those innovations to long-term scenarios to energy planning. How does that enter into your, I'll call it, expansion market strategy?
So I run South and Southeast Asia. I'm based in Singapore, and we have obviously a number of markets which we can opt for. And what we do, and in a very disciplined way, is looking at market entry strategies. And one of the first things which we look at is how much level playing field there is for the private sector and for foreign direct investment in those markets. Are public-private partnerships being allowed to happen? Is there enabling legislation for FDI in this particular sector? And mind you, we're developing large-scale renewable energy projects for the production of green. And in one country we do this currently. We're in Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea relies, it has a very low electrification rate, which is mind-boggling for a country which has access to energy sources. It's less than 15% people connected to the grid. Yeah, this is heartbreaking. Number two, 80% is relying on diesel to generate that power, which is logistically a nightmare to get it to the locations. It's a drain on Forex because they need to import it, and it's damn expensive and pollutive. So what we're doing there, we're developing geothermal, we're developing run-of-river hydro, no big dams, no replacement of people, in an environmentally sustainable way, in accordance with the IFC performance standards, and we will supply green electrons into the grid. In most of the other markets, including India, we will be producing we will develop large-scale renewable energy projects for the purpose to produce green hydrogen for domestic supply and green ammonia for export purposes. And coming back on that market entry strategy model, that enabling legislation, access to land, and permitting processes very clearly defined, getting right of way, getting right of use, is absolutely key, because otherwise it's going to be a drain on your development budget, and you don't meet your milestones then in your development cycle. Now, mind you, if you're going to export green ammonia, you need to work on the demand side as well. So you enter into offtake contracts, but you need to produce those molecules somewhere, and mostly in countries with a low levelized or competitively levelized cost of energy. So the enabling legislation is important. The working with governments is important. If I may give an example, what India has done, in our view, very well, is developing the green hydrogen mission, which was launched earlier this year. It gives a production incentive program for the manufacturing of green products. It has enabling performance enabling legislation in place so you can produce your green electrons in one side of the country and you can offtake them in the other side of the country. Now, the beauty of India is it's a little bit like continental Europe. It's a completely integrated grid between the national grid and the state grid. And, but it's a clear advantage that you can offtake those green electrons in those areas close to the ocean, close to ports with liquid infrastructure, where you can then produce green molecules for both domestic sales in industrial parks and for export purposes, which will create forex into the country. And India, for those who are not familiar with that, has just launched 2 additional incentive programs, SITE, 2 tenders for both the production of electrolyzers in country. It's not as attractive as the IRA in the US, but it is a step in the right direction. So it provides subsidies for your production, and similarly for Site 2, which basically gives you subsidies for the production of green hydrogen. Currently, green hydrogen has a premium, and that needs to be overcome by giving those support programs.
Yeah, thanks. So I appreciate the race to the top in the policy environment. I think it's a good thing for our climate goals and agenda. Frank, let me turn to you. So Harmeet mentioned one piece in particular on the supply chain, which was the constraint on labor and workforce capacity. How do you see this developing with the need for doubling or even tripling the grid or the clean power supply in Canada and the other elements of the climate change program?
Yeah. On the supply chain, I would agree labor is certainly up there. The good news, though, is that rather than just looking at the job that they currently do, we're trying to look at the skills that they bring. Like, to use a concrete example, think of a technician or an engineer working at a petrochemical plant. The competencies that that person would have versus working on a CCUS facility or an hydrogen plant, for the matter, is actually pretty similar. So we've been trying to map with our employment agency, like what kind of skill sets companies they have, and maybe there's some gaps, some skill set that they need to gain, but it's not as if we have to do a complete write-off of all that knowledge that has been gained over generations. I think there's a lot of hope there that we can redeploy those kind of skill set to new domains. But that being said, in some industries, yes, there will be some significant disruption. In other industries, there'll be significant shortages. Electricians and other skilled trades in particular is of concern right now. Allow me just to note maybe one last domain where we see also pressure points. And this is one that Canada, along with other G7 countries, are very seized with these days, is critical minerals, where we are under some geopolitical pressure to diversify our supply and do so quickly. This is not an easy task. As you can appreciate it, usually the lead time to set up a new mine and get it to produce is 10 to 15 years. We don't have 10 to 15 years to figure this one out. So we're under some severe pressures to do that much more rapidly, working with our allies to develop those supply chain. And by this, I don't only mean the extraction, but the processing, the distribution of it, the production of those batteries and vehicles and whatever else we want to do with it. And we want to do it in an environmentally friendly way. So having the right skills, the right technologies to do all this will be a major pressure point, as we're all feeling very vulnerable indeed right now, with a single supplier dominating the market in a big way.
So does that imply then that in the scenario planning itself that we need to more appropriately represent supply chain dynamics, I'll put it that way, potentially constraint, but dynamics for sure. And then also, how are you thinking about recycling then? Does that come into play?
Very much so. Maybe starting with the last point, I think different organizations will come with their own estimates, but I think there's a view out there that somewhere around 35–40% of supply over time could come from recycling. So it's definitely part of it. We're also looking at a short-term solution at residues, of mining residues that are already out there, so we don't need to mine it. There's already a bunch of piles there, which you can go and extract and get what you need. So those are easier way to get to the resource. So these are definitely things we're focusing on. To be clear, like critical minerals was already there for billions of years, but we didn't pay nearly the amount of attention that we do have now. So there's most definitely an urgency now to be able, yes, to model what does it entail, and this is the kind of work that will be interesting to do beyond oil and gas and electricity. Also keep an eye on this. I was glad to see on your top 10 list one presented earlier as one of the topics of interest. I think it was number 9, and I would definitely agree with that.
Luis, also on that top 10 list, supply chains, yes, talk about that, but also the second element there that was digitization and innovation. How does that come into your thinking and the government's thinking in terms of long-term scenarios and concerns that need to be accounted for?
Yeah, well, first of all, just to pick up on the human resource, that's also something we see in Denmark, and we have been scaling up for a long time quite smoothly. Then with our partner countries, I work a lot with Vietnam, Indonesia, Mexico, and Indonesia and Vietnam has just set these quite ambitious climate targets to become carbon neutral by 2050, but they are coming from a completely different place where they don't have supply chain almost at all. They started building wind in 19 or something, and have been solar power in 19, and have been scaling up very rapidly. But there's a very long way to go, and both in the private sector, but also in the governments, there's a huge need for more skills. The biggest offshore wind harbor, at least outside of China, called Esbjerg. And it used to be a small fishing village where everybody were fishing. That was the only income. Then we discovered oil in the North Sea, and a lot of these fishing people were converted, reskilled into working with the oil and gas extraction. And then the second shift was to offshore wind when we developed that. So we actually, it's not so far away to go from oil and gas offshore extraction to offshore wind as one might think. So there's at least some options there, but of course it's not completely one-to-one. Sorry, now I forgot the other question.
No, it's okay. We'll keep going. So Harmeet, you mentioned, you started the labor discussion on the supply chain. Frank mentioned critical minerals. What else are you seeing as major constraints on that side or opportunities that need to be addressed?
Thanks, Doug. I think there's one point that I do want to mention here, especially in the company of policymakers. You know, when you start looking at how the world has been moving over years, right? Large multinationals have been following globalization principles, and it has reached quite a level of maturity in terms of how we operate. We operate in more than 90 countries, and so we have a very extensive manufacturing base all over the world. Of course, with huge manufacturing closer to large markets like India or the other markets where we are very big. But I think there is a trend now, which is understandable because of the stimulus packages coming in, which is sort of wanting to manufacture. There are, you know, make in India or make in US or make in whatever. So the point is, I think we just have to be careful with this trend, because if I look at the type of equipment, if I look at the area we are in, it is not feasible to have manufacturing of every type of transformer and every type of switchgear in every country. It just doesn't make sense. And it won't happen. And even to be able to set up all those hundreds of factories, it's not something that will just happen overnight. So I think we need to be conscious that we should not aggravate the supply chain problem even more by having too many of these restrictions, not being able to leverage global supply chains at the cost of the energy transition. And I think that's one point that we just need to keep in mind, that what is the technical feasibility of manufacturing everything in every country.
Thank you. That kind of leads to the last question that I'm going to do, and then I'm going to turn to the audience here for the last 10 or so minutes of us. So, Allard, start us off on this thread of thinking, which is, what are concrete, actionable items that you think are important for governments to undertake in collaboration with industry and society to move forward on the scenario planning and implementation of this clean energy transition?
Look, I think a couple of things which are absolutely key to get away from fossil fuels and to reduce our carbon footprint for energy generation and transmission, yeah, and they go hand in hand. It is technology development, and we can't put enough in R&D, to be honest, and there will be options in technologies which will not be efficient, but lessons learned. I mean, once you have a technology and you upscale it, usually the performance goes up, efficiency goes up, and the cost will come down once you scale that up. We've seen it with solar PV, we've seen it with wind turbines. I mean, when I did my first wind power projects like 15 years ago, the maximum turbine size available on the market was 1.5 megawatt. I mean, in today's environment, that has been increased to nearly tenfold, particularly for offshore wind. On alternative fuels, and particularly on hydrogen and ammonia, there will be further improvement on technologies. So technology development is absolutely key to get there. Secondly, available financing. And I think the multilaterals will need to play a role in this to get these products quicker to market, and looking at a blended finance form, which is a combination between basically a concessional type of lending, debt financing, and commercial financing, but particularly focused on long-term financing, so long tenors, in other words. And then the last point, and we've seen this in the global market, there are a number of markets which have either a carrot or a stick model in order to reduce the carbon footprint. So there are countries which currently do have a carbon tax, and they tend to go only one way, yeah, which will drive industry to look at alternatives and is willing to pay a premium for a green product. And it's particularly the downstream oil and gas industry, which is already a user of hydrogen anyway, yeah? Or it is so that's the stick model. The carrot model is obviously subsidy schemes, and the test case is out there. I mean, countries and continents are trying it both out. IRA is one. The city where I live, Singapore, has currently a carbon tax of $5 per ton, goes to 25 by the year end, goes to 45 by 28. Guess what the industry is doing? They're looking at alternatives.
Great. Frank, same question to you, I think. What are concrete actionable items, you know, at this interface between government, industry, international organizations that need to be undertaken?
In terms of modeling?
In terms of advancing scenarios to accelerate the energy transition.
Well, just to remain true to the team, and you tell me if I get the job done. I think there's something that at least is missing in our experience in Canada when we do climate change modeling, is not so much for the 2030 target, but for 2050, in terms of technology pathways. Right now, it's kind of nothing. Like, we basically assume deployment of existing technology, but there's really, it's as if there was nothing of what you just described in terms of R&D and innovation, lowering of the curve for the out years, which is obviously, it doesn't make any sense. So having this 300 plus group of experts helping us, maybe not having one pathways, but having multiple pathways. I don't mind if there's some assumptions and some percentages assigned to different options. But what are those pathways looking like, especially for the out years, would actually be very helpful for us. Because our modelers are a bit nervous about assigning numbers, because they will matter quite a bit in terms of accomplishing our goals. But that's really something I think we're struggling a bit. And if you be able to help us, maybe working with the IEA and others, because they are doing some pathway work, that would be certainly of use for policymakers in Ottawa. So that'd be my wish.
Great, thanks. Luis?
Yes. From my experience, what we need from long-term energy scenarios to have them create more impact is to get more in direct dialogue with the countries that we're working with. At least that's my experience from this global cooperation where we do government-to-government collaboration. So yeah, again, I've been working with Vietnam for a while, developing long-term energy scenarios, how to reach net zero. And there are many reports developed, and the government can't absorb all this information, and they will disregard the stuff that they haven't been involved in, or because they will not. They will say these people they don't know exactly what they're talking about. They don't have the right data if they haven't approached us first. So, at least if we want to, from a international organization, create a change in a country, then we have to really understand that country and go into a dialogue. But again, that's also difficult because there's also limited capacity to have this dialogue from the government often. So there's a dilemma there. But yeah.
Appreciate that. I'm going to try to summarize at the end here. But Harmeet, quick takeaway on kind of concrete actions at that interface?
Yeah, I think, it's no longer about the why, it's no longer about the what, for us, it's not even about the how, because we know the how now. I think it's really about the how fast. And if you really get into the acceleration piece, we need new business models, we need to, we cannot keep doing what we've been doing all these years, because we'll never get a different output. It's not an incremental change we're looking for. I mean, it's very, very radical. And so I think these new business models, the policy and regulatory frameworks to support it, meaningful incentives, and not things that are so hard to decipher that anyway, it won't really get the result that it's meant to get. So I think that's what's needed. We need a different mindset in order to get that acceleration.
That's great. Great opener. We have time for a couple of quick questions from the audience. Who would like to start us off? And all I would ask is that you please introduce yourself. We have one here and one in the back. And let's take both questions and then we'll come back up to the panel. So the second row, if you would, and then the second row from the back, please.
Thank you. I'm Shantanu Jaiswal from Bloomberg NEF, Head of India Research. My question is to you, Allard. You mentioned about the export potential for green ammonia from India. What kind of incentives or policies do you think would be needed to enable that, at least, especially at the scale that is needed and the competitiveness, price competitiveness that is needed?
Okay, thank you. Hold on that. We're going to take the second question, and then we'll come back up for comments.
Yeah, hello, I'm Barbara Kaufmann. I'm from the European Commission, Director General for Employment, Social Affairs, Inclusion. And that's also a bit from where the question comes. I found the discussion very interesting. I also have an economic background, so I'm fully in line with long-term modeling and so on. But I felt that when it comes to the fairness aspect, how it impacts people, employment, social impact, poverty, and so on, I felt that it came more through the back door. We need to consult with stakeholders, as opposed to saying it is very important that our modeling includes these aspects, distributional aspect and so on. We do a lot of that in the Commission. I mean, you talked about the cooperation with the Joint Research Institute, and our DG, for instance, pushes the whole time. What is the impact on these population groups? What is the impact of the heat waves on working conditions and so on? And I wonder, that is the question, whether you don't think that there might still be a need to focus on that issue too, not only as part of stakeholder consultation, but from the outset. And I just wanted to also briefly agree with the importance of focusing on skills. We have a workshop on Saturday. Some of you might have left. I think at 1:15, the EPI workshop, Empowering People's Initiative. And in Europe, at least, we are completely focused on that. We have the European Year of Skills. We know skills. If we don't do much more on that, we are also falling behind on the energy transition. Thanks.
Thank you. So why don't we start with a rapid response, and then any quick reactions and kind of closing thoughts from each of you, and then I've got a quick wrap-up comment, please.
Thanks, Doug. Bloomberg NEF, great organization which you represent, and I'm not going to do a pitch for you, but you serve a purpose as an organization because you share knowledge across industries, and you've got a fantastic research team. The key aspect for India is going to be twofold. Number one, and I know this is the world's largest democracy, and what is being designed in New Delhi will not necessarily follow suit in all the states, but that's the beauty of a world democracy, right? What would be really good, given the green hydrogen mission, which was released in January, which basically MNRE, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, said, we need to accelerate the production of green hydrogen, green product manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. Open access was already established here when I lived here, and I did India's very first large-scale waste-to-energy project, for which we had a 50% fixed PPA. And for the other clean renewable energy projects, for the other clean renewable energy electrons, we had to find clients, in which we did in Punjab, in Gujarat, in Maharashtra, but we paid a wheeling charge to both the national grid and the state grid. Now, MNRE's recommendation, remove that wheeling charge and allow banking for renewables for 30 days, which basically takes away the intermittency for solar and wind. One more minute. And
you get 20 seconds.
And a number of states have signed off on that, but not all. And Odisha is one on the coast. Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh haven't. And that has just export potential. So my recommendation is to these state governments, support MNRE with this initiative.
Thank you. So quick last thoughts. 30 seconds on the social inclusionness piece, and what else, just reflections.
I'll stay, Doug, to your 30 seconds. We're all reading now what's happening in Europe. I mean, we have the hottest temperatures ever recorded. I live in cool Switzerland, and we're experiencing 35 degrees. I have never seen that kind of temperature before. So the point I want to make is, we talk about 1.5. We've been told during these next 3 years we are going to cross that threshold, not once but multiple times. Now the point is, this is a patient on life support, and the main message that I want to leave here is, we really need to act, and we need to act together, and we need to act now, because a lot of this long-term stuff is good, and we need to do it, but the call to action has to be seen in the light of the case we have on hand.
Luis?
Yes, just a short comment on the hydrogen. In Denmark, we actually have a tender out right now for green hydrogen production. So you're most welcome to go and suggest a project there. It's a premium on top of each kilo of hydrogen. The tender is out, and it closes on 1st of September. So then we will know if it is a success or not, and if something that anybody else wants to learn from. I don't know if it was a question or a comment, but I definitely agree. Of course, we need to engage more with civil society, also NGOs, academia. We didn't get across that so much in this discussion, but obviously we need to do that. Thanks.
I totally agree the way you've put it. I would not have said it in any better way. So not only engagement, we're also looking meaningfully, what does it mean? What's the impact on the population? It's something now we do for every single policies, every single memorandum to cabinet that we submit. We have to look at that lens, and it is actually not trivial, because it does have very significant impact across region around communities and groups that are quite meaningful and have to be looked at for sure. Canada has also some tax incentive of its own for those kind of projects, we're also very much open for business. And maybe my last thought in 10 seconds is to encourage you the kind of things we're doing, because historically modelers talk to modelers, which is very interesting indeed, but not sufficient. And I think you did a great job in facilitating a discussion where we weaved in both modeling and planning assumptions with policy consideration as well. And I think when we do that and bring those communities to talk, they do even more impactful and relevant work.
Well, thank you. Really wasn't about me. I have 7 key takeaways. I'm going to say them in less than 10 seconds here. One, that long-term scenarios need to account for society and supply chains, constraints, which might include land use permitting, et cetera, but also society on the behavioral side, I thought was a very important element. They also need to account for the dialogue and the requirements between public-private partnerships. What are those elements that may accelerate or may constrain development activities? That's a couple one. The interface between climate and energy, I think, also mentioned as an important element, but maybe even more so, it's about energy, climate, and society. And these social elements, including the just transition, including the impacts, et cetera, also needs to be better incorporated into what we do with planning and our actions. I'll put it that way. And then the last one, which I will say, a little bit in contrast to the opening comments, which was really about the importance of technology innovation, is that we don't model, nor do our long-term scenarios really take into account well enough technology innovation and what's happening on that front. And I think that we need to have more confidence in the innovation ecosystem and invest in that innovation ecosystem. So that's my quick way of trying to summarize. So join me in thanking the panelists, and sorry we took a couple extra minutes of your time.